by 10 seconds. Stand by to initiate release sequencer. On my mark. 5.
We're on express elevator to hell. Going down.
2, 1. Mark.
Yeah, please do. Smash the like button. Please keep me monetized. Everyone else is getting demonetized right now. Like kids shows are getting demonetized. The algorithm doesn't like, I don't know, animated kids shows. Welcome to a non-animated, non-kids show. Live from Las Vegas, Nevada. Hey, have you heard this new thing? It's called the FEMOSFERA. It's the new hotness. Yes, it's going to save us all. Call her daddy. Live from Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the Rational. Wait, okay, put me back in. There we go. Start.
Men are the problem, and they should pay the price. Those are the words of the FEMOSFERA.
Stop being nice. You get no respect as a nice woman.
Think the manosphere, but for women, with a growing army of female influencers pushing content running through TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and podcasts. The main message of the FEMOSFERA? Men are trash, so women need to learn to manipulate men the same way that men have purportedly been manipulating women. And the FEMOSFERA also comes with its own glossary of terms, all designed towards a dating strategy. There is detachment, not becoming emotionally dependent on men, leveling.
I seem to have heard detachments from some psychologist or some sociologist, and I don't think this is a new thing. So yeah.
Up, improving yourself, like looks and finances, and strategic vulnerability, which is sharing selectively to create.
So Andrew Tate for women.
Great connection. Crucially, it's about using these to secure a high-value male, which is defined as a man that is respectful, loyal, and faithful. And controversially, he pays for dates and a relatively higher proportion of expenses in the relationship. The idea behind this is that a man should pay as a form of redistribution to compensate for the overall gender gap. One TikToker even promotes hypergamy, the idea that women should date up, prioritizing financial security over love. The FEMOSFERA has also been taken.
I love how they even get hypergamy wrong. Like this, no one anywhere is going to get hypergamy right. I've just come to the conclusion.
To further extremes. The South Korean 4B movement rejects dating, marriage, and sex altogether. Many FEMOSFERA
yeah, because Trump got into office. Let's just clarify a few
influencers
things.
Believe they are the antidote to men like Andrew Tate in the manosphere, but critics argue that this content might just be aggravating the gender war. Could this actually just be toxic femininity?
If there's any girls there, I want to do that.
I find it interesting that the top listened to podcasts for men are all self-help podcasts, but the top listened to podcasts for women is Call Her Daddy. Debauchery and degeneracy is pushed so heavily towards women that you actually have to wake up every single day and choose not to listen to those things.
She's right, and she's the youngest person on the internet saying it. I've been a divorce attorney for 25 years. The women sitting in my office in their 40s, they all consume this content in their 20s. They all thought it was harmless. Not one of them does now.
Speaking of which,
your friend Amanda out there, when she says like, you need to just, we'd be in fucking Paris, be like, you just need to fucking like come and say hi to this guy right now.
So fun.
And yeah, and then it totally pays off. And I'm like, yeah, I need to do that more often, honestly, because the apps are just horrible.
Oh, it's hard.
No, it's not hard. It's a clown show. I'm sorry, guys, but please, like, no.
I have to stop it for 1 second. Did you just hear that? Like, it's so hard. It's like, like, do you even know what the ratio is for guys to women on the dating apps? Like, have you watched anything Matt Walsh has put out? Have you watched anything me and Mike have put out about the dating apps and stuff like that? No. I mean, everyone should get off of them. Don't get me wrong, but like to hear some chick on call, like what's her name on Alex something or other, Alex Cooper or Alex something or other. I forget her name. I'm Call Her Daddy chick. Who cares? To have that, like, oh, it's so hard.
Like, I need, like, honestly, not because I want to date you, but because I want to help you. No Burning Man photos. No photos of you with other women. Like, I don't care. I don't want to know that you have girlfriends, and I don't want you shooting a fucking selfie in your closet of your hand in a jean pocket. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't want to see you looking at yourself in a mirror that way. It makes my vagina close. I just can't.
Kowalski.
And don't tell me you're a CEO, because you're not. Like, I'm sorry. Of what? Of some business you can't explain to me that none of my friends can understand? Like, no. And then, no, you don't
I'm an industrialist. What's an industrialist? Exactly.
live in this apartment if no, you do not have a business. Stop. You're a fucking joke. You know, I get wet when you just tell me who you are. Like, don't be pretentious. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you do.
Sorry.
Yeah, I watch anime on the weekends. I eat about 2.5 pizzas, and I suck down, I don't know, some Pabst PBR. That's who I am, baby. Let's see that wet pussy now.
I think we're very used to hearing about young men's negative views of young women's and sort of, misogyny amongst young men. But this really struck me because we found that, 72% of young men have a favorable view of young women, 7%, so not very many really, have an unfavorable view of young women. When it comes to women under 30, though, only 50% have a favorable view. The unfavorable view of men goes up to 21%. And then under 25 women, it's just 35% of young women who have a favorable view of men.
But it's the manosphere that we need to worry about, that we need to be really concerned about, right?
If you go into very favorable, we actually use positive rather than favorable. But if you say very positive, it's just 11% of under 25 women. So we are looking at an environment where young women feel a lot more negatively towards young men than the other way around.
Where are the Cheetos?
Oh, God, I love this chick.
The statistic I keep seeing is 1 in 3 men and 1 in 5 women have not had sex in the last year. And this is especially pronounced among millennials and Gen Z. We are living in probably the most sexually permissive
Deborah, so please come to Access Vegas. You'll have a personal interview.
culture ever. You don't really have to look far. You can go on any mainstream social media platform and see essentially porn. And so sexuality and hypersexuality have never been more celebrated. But then when we actually look at the numbers, it turns out that Gen Z is actually having less sex than any previous generation at that age. When sex is so overdone, they're not as interested in the taboo aspect of it. The average age at which a child sees porn today is 12. 1 in 7 kids sees porn at the age of 10 or younger. They didn't even have a chance to really develop normally in terms of their sexuality.
Are you saying there's something biological going on? Is it conditioning? Is it all those things?
I think most people think people are having sex like 10 times a week, but it's, most people more than once a week is not actually associated with more satisfaction in a relationship. I think there's this trend of younger men not doing as well. Young men are falling behind their female peers in terms of education and occupation. And I think part of that is due to the educational system being biased in favor of girls and young women. So their lack of interest in sex is a reflection of a lack of connection more largely in society.
I would beg to differ.
We're never gonna score! We're never gonna score!
Amazing girlfriend. She's
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'll put that back in.
In politics.
All right. I apologize in advance for this. Okay. This is the shot.
not really, no.
What can you tell us about her?
She's
what would
beautiful.
you be willing?
She's reverent.
She's a reverend? I didn't know this about her.
She's reverent.
Oh. I was like, wait, this is new. I don't know if we'll want to keep that or not.
Oh, you better keep it. She believes in God. She's a great person. She believes in other people. She always thinks of other people before herself. She's very fun. And honestly, I'm so blessed to be able to have her in my life.
And Chaser.
Unexpected turn of events, probably ever. Erica Kirk pops out with her new boyfriend. The only information I could find about him is that he is a Fox News journalist or something like that. So that makes sense. But I don't think nobody expected this one. She got the white boys in a frenzy. They talking about Charlie Kirk hasn't even been gone for 7 months yet, and she's already on a date. Boy. And then this just wasn't no regular sighting. Like, didn't nobody see them at a hotel, or not a hotel, but didn't nobody see them out to dinner or, just out and about. She brought him to a Trump event, that same Trump event that just got shot up. But she brought this man to the public. She knew cameras was gonna be there. She knew people that knew Charlie Kirk was gonna be there. She didn't care. She said, "This is my new bed. I'll pop it out."
Oh man. Okay, so I have to. Of course, you guys are gonna bring this up anyway, so I'm just gonna say it. She will bring a date to your funeral. The Rational Male, 2013.
Ciao.
Buenas noches.
I love living in the era of Ring cameras.
No, like women tend not to find boys very attractive. They find men attractive. You've kind of got to be 30 to be attractive because women go for competence.
They do.
But it's competence like across the board. So it sort of doesn't matter if
competence in the form of a V-taper, visible serrats, six-pack abs, at least 18-inch guns, and you know, everything else.
If you're a billionaire, it's like, okay, money, well, you must be good at something. Or whether you can put up a shelf,
right?
And you're good with your hands. You're like, it doesn't matter. It's like he's good at something.
You got to be good with your hands for sure.
He's resolving.
He can do something.
Yes,
maybe he could help.
I saw.
What is it with these like emasculated, like bald-headed dudes? Like it's sooner or later I'm going to take my beanie off. Like maybe this show even. Hint, hint. But I will tell you right now, I will never grow like I just will not do it. I will not grow a full beard. Try.
I think it was a behavioral scientist say that the number one thing, whether or not they're aware of it or not, that a woman looks for in a partner, a male partner, for long term, not a one night stand, but long term.
Yeah, you mean instead of sport fucking? Yeah. So at least we've acknowledged that there are two different sides of this.
Does their brain is going, does this guy treat me better than he treats other people in the room when it's like when I'm with him? So in other words, does the guy make the woman a priority?
Yeah, every beta orbiter and every simp and every pay pig on every cam app or OnlyFans thinks exactly the same thing, guys.
Right. Treat her better than even the other people around. And that signals to a woman, oh, this is perhaps a good long-term partner. The way.
Yeah, security, long-term security. Women, let me explain something to you guys, bald-headed dude and Jimmy, whatever. Women marry a lifestyle. They don't marry the man. They fuck a man, but they marry a lifestyle.
That he engages me as opposed to how he engages everybody else.
I could see that, yeah. I always think that trick on like if you're dating someone, even if you're just meeting someone, hanging out, how they're treating the waiter is a really good indicator. Dude. That's the thing.
Here's the other thing is like, this is actually a Pook quote. If you want to know the character of a woman, see how she acts around people that can do nothing for her. Right now, they're trying to flip this and say, well, it's like guys are going to do this anyways because they want to seem magnanimous and they want to seem generous and they want to seem like they're actually concerned with the well-being of other people. Like, right? That's easy. Yeah. What you really need to do is watch a woman around the people who can do nothing for her. All right, and here is the final video. This is the kicker. This is the one here. This is the video du jour for last week. That woman doesn't delete her Instagram, still presents the appearance, advertises her availability. Is that not also breach of contract?
Yes,
because now
immediately.
Most guys think that they're in a closed and closed, but really it's open on her end. Women are the advertisers. If it's closed on both our ends, that woman should stop advertising.
Absolutely.
Right there. Should she not then close out all of her Instagram accounts? Women will fight you tooth and nail for that.
I would never shut down my Instagram.
There's this
for
meme.
a guy. What?
Look at Aisha Curry, for example. You're married to fucking Steph Curry. Doesn't matter what your status is, she still wants to advertise because you never know. I want to feel sexy. Well, don't I make you feel sexy? I want to feel sexy from other men. Well, that's advertising. Yep, there you go. Man, I have never gotten so much engagement off of what. Thank you, Sean Kelly, for that. Even though, like, people say, "Oh man, Sean Kelly did you dirty." I'm like, no, please. He did not do me dirty. That sparked a lot of conversation. I talked a little bit about it yesterday on Rule Zero. I might get into it a little bit today, but actually, I probably will get into it today. Because everybody lost their fucking minds. Because I'll tell you what's funny is when you look at videos, one of the things that gets me is like, we always talk about these 45-second like buzz clips that you'll see on TikTok, and people can literally form an opinion. Like they think they have an informed opinion based on one 45-second TikTok clip, right? Like now, of course, I just went and showed like the Charlie Kirk clips there, just a minute ago. But like, I'm just trying to do a compare and contrast, right? Hey, at least I put 2 of them on there instead of just one, right? And so people are going to, form an opinion based on one thing. And I will tell you this, I've said it on this show, God knows how many times, but you can't tell people data and facts and stats without telling them how to feel about it. So when they see shit like this, that video that clip was from is not out yet. It hasn't dropped yet. So I'm like begging like Sean Kelly, like, come on, throw me a bone, please. Because I'm in a chat group with him a text group with him and Rashad McCants, who's the guy with the crown on there. He's NBA player, Rashad, and who actually became a pretty good friend of mine after that show. So it was kind of cool. Yeah, when I walked into the green room at Origin Studios there, and he's just hanging out. He's got his gold chains and everything like that, but he's got this big gigantic gold crown on that. I'm like, this is either going to be the worst video show interview I've ever done, or it's going to be the best. And it turned out to be the best. So, and it was exceptional. But the thing is there's so many jump cuts in that clip that I know are there that would provide a very much needed context for all of that. But it doesn't matter. I'm glad that, Sean's getting some play out of it. I'm getting some play out of it. I know Rashad is getting some play out of it too, because all of us were pumping it. Next week, I think, is when the video will actually drop. But I can't really defend myself because all I can do is go into the comments and go, yeah, that's not actually what's going on. But I will say this is everyone had an opinion of it. And man, women were just coming out of the fucking woodwork. And they were just like, these are the kinds of guys that make us feel scared to walk across a dark parking lot. What? Like, how are you getting that from this? Right. And I'm going to read you later on. We'll come back to this. I'm going to read you some of the comments on this thing. And I'm like, this is like, how like there's the slippery slope logical fallacy. And I know it. A lot of other people know when they go, this is like, it's a non sequitur, right? It's nothing to do like your response and your opinion of this and your reaction comment to this has absolutely nothing to do with the actual, even the 45-second buzz clip. And I will tell you, man, it's every once in a while, I kind of need that refresher to just realize just how like psychotic people really are. Cause I ain't saying I'm myself included, but most people are fucking idiots, right? I mean, in like people, large groups of people are idiots. Individually, you're going to find that people are very smart and people are, very insightful and people want to talk to you and everything like that. But in groups, like on social media, very, very ignorant at the very least, and are confidently ignorant, as I've said in the past. And it just was another reminder of that, which we'll come back to here in just a bit. But today's topic is actually a little bit off of that. I saw this. I got to get to some of these super chats here real quick. Like very first thing, thoughts on the Sean Kelly John conversation. John from It's Complicated. We're gonna. I have a whole thing set up for. I'm gonna opine on this for a bit today. I watched that. It dropped like yesterday or dropped sometime like this week, I think. And I've been kind of picking my way through it. And I have some I like John. I consider John a friend. He's a good dude. I've talked to him several times. He's been on Access Vegas once. I think his take on myself and Sartain has been a little bit corrupted and a little bit distorted by a gentleman by the name of Paul Elam. So I'm going to dig into that a little bit more. See, that's the thing that gets me is like, I know when people like sort of distort or they're coming to a particular opinion of like something they think I had said, or maybe it's coming out of context in a different sense. Like first thing I will say is like, have you like read my book? Well, no. Well, how can I have a conversation about what you think I said in the book if you've never read the book? Oh, okay. Well, I'll read it and I'll get back to you. Never get back to me. But yeah, so also thoughts on SB 73 in Utah as it seems to be going down the UK path in digital privacy. I'm not aware of that. Can you look at that for me? SB 73 in Utah. That's the first time I've heard of this. But yeah, I will talk about, and I'm also, Sean Kelly's a good friend of mine too, as you already know. So I will get into that. Were you able to get back in the gym? Yes, I have been in the gym for most of this week. So, but man, I am sore as fuck because it's like the longest layoff I've ever taken. And so I'll do like, I usually do I split my days up into different body parts. So like if I do chest and triceps, then I'll do back and biceps. Then I'll do shoulders, and sometimes, usually I'm doing abs pretty much all the time. I do shoulders just exclusively because I like to have big shoulders.
Hell yeah, man.
And then I'll do legs. And so so it's like usually a 4-day kind of thing for me. And then I'm usually putting abs into all of those because that's something you can work out every day. But man, after chest and tries, I'm like, oh my God, I feel like I've been in a car wreck. And then I'm like, okay, 2 days later, 3 days later, okay, I can go back and I can do back and biceps, but I'm going to go as light as I possibly can. And I still am doing the same amount of like sets that I'm doing, but I'm doing it like with less weight, but that's not what's fucking me up. It's the amount of sets that I'm doing. So then 2 days later, I am like in agony because my back is just, and I can't like, bend my arms because my biceps hurt so much. And then I just did shoulders. I try to go as light as I possibly can. And the only time I feel sore on my shoulders is when I wake up in the morning, like, cause I sleep on the side or something like that. But so far so good. I'll be doing legs tomorrow. I don't skip leg day. Jesus. And then we'll get back into the swing of things. Once you start doing it regular, then the soreness like tends to, I'm always sore, but it goes, that kind of soreness goes away after a while. But yeah, I am back in the gym. And Hida Yamagishi says, hey man, we haven't seen you in a long time. I'm like, yeah, surgery. I was trying to explain to him, like, what I went through. Rebranding feminism, the FEMOSFERA, but old but new. Yeah, kind of. I'm going to talk about that a little bit too. I think the operative here, when we're looking at like this sort of renaming of the quote unquote FEMOSFERA, I would like to say it's a reaction to the manosphere, but it's not. They just wanted to give a cutesy name to what was already going on anyways. Call Her Daddy's been around for a very long time. Nobody's been looking at it under a microscope until recently. Like, so when I'm looking at like, there's a few, especially the trad wife pundits have been talking about like, I can't believe the degeneracy of Call Her Daddy. Alex Cooper is just promoting degeneracy. They love that word. Like, what the wind? Like degenerate. Like, it's like this code word.
Yeah.
Like, degenerate. Yeah. Oh, too? Yeah, I do too. Yeah. Degenerate. We got to fight against degeneracy. It's like a secret call word to get in the club, And I'm just like,
it's a call to action.
Jesus Christ, guys. I'll find something else. But no, but so you get like, I saw Lauren Chen of all people talking shit about Alex Cooper. I'm like, you probably want to like back up and go back to whatever you were doing before, Lauren. But I'm not saying she's wrong, but the thing is like, it's funny to me how they'll jump on. It's not even Alex Cooper. Who they're really need to throw rocks at is Hillary Duff, Nikki Glaser. Certainly Charlize Theron. We already seen that one. And I forget who the other chick was on recently talking about how she was okay. No, it's Nikki Glaser. There's another chick on there. And essentially what they're talking about is every time Alex Cooper goes and interviews Charlize Theron or she interviews Nikki Glaser or something like that, those chicks always, like without fail, confirm some manosphere point that we've been talking about for 22 fucking years. But if it's coming out of Charlize Theron's mouth, then we're going to talk about this. It's the same thing with what's her name, Helen Andrews, who I like, and I'm glad she's out there and she's saying these things about how being wokeism is essentially the female psyche writ large because of she won't get into the evolutionary aspects of it, and she thinks that wokeism started in the pandemic years. I'm like, no. You know why I took the name Rollo Tomasi back in the day? because the wokesies wanted to cancel me back then, and I had to be undercover and be sneaky about stuff. You know why I didn't show my face until 2017 at the 21 convention in Orlando, Florida? Because I didn't want to get canceled by social justice warriors, which is what we were calling wokesies in 2017. They have always been here. You guys just haven't got the memo yet. And it's like, we want to talk about the red pill, we want to talk about the manosphere, all this other stuff, like it happened like 45 minutes ago. No, it's been going on since, at least, in my case, at least 2002, 2001. I mean, we didn't call it the manosphere, but it's the germ of the idea, the larval stage was the forum years. That's when the pickup artists were collecting notes and putting everything together and sort of forming ideas and concepts that would later be confirmed by evolutionary psychology. They were out in the field and they were seeing all these things happen. And they say, okay, well, we're seeing this happen pretty consistently. So that must be some sort of, dynamic that we can work with or we can leverage. And so therefore it turned into what's called a predictive framework. And therefore, if it failed or if there's something that we needed to adjust, they would do so. But then there was underlying sociological and biological and psychological reasons why those dynamics were working or they weren't working. And guess what? We evolved that later on through the blog years and through the social media years and to the YouTube years, all the way up to where we are right now. It's been going on for way longer than anybody is comfortable in admitting right now. They want to think that it just happened. It didn't. You don't have something of this gravity and this magnitude that just happens overnight. There has to be something behind it. And nobody asks any questions about it. Nobody asks, well, why do these idiots think that neg hits work, right? Why do these idiots, like, oh, Rob Henderson is like, oh, these guys just want to sell you on the, oh no, what is it? They want to talk about how men must become and women just are, right? I wrote an essay about that on Substack, which actually did very well for me. A really good, very popular essay just recently. If you haven't subscribed to my Substack, you probably want to, because we get into some really good shit in there. If you want to get into the nuts and bolts of all this stuff, you follow me, follow Ryan Stone, follow Jack Napier, follow, I'm trying to think of some other names that are on Substack right now. But like follow the people who are actually like the research and development department of the manosphere, not the publicity advertising. You don't follow the advertising brochures. Like follow the people who are doing like who are writing textbooks instead of brochures. But yeah, the history, the background, the evolution of the manosphere, the evolution of game. What's going to really piss off a lot of people about today's show is, I'll just say it right now, is I'm of the opinion that anyone who thinks they're in charge of the manosphere all of a sudden, or anybody who wants to lay claim to the red pill, or anybody who wants to, say, well, the black pill is the real red pill. Like the red pill is around a lot longer than you guys have, and you're essentially just the byproduct. You're a derivative of the red pill, but you are not actually the red pill. MGTOW is the red pill. No, it's not. It's just your practice. You've taken what you could learn from the red pill and you've used it as an application. It's a practice to you. Like that's what MGTOW is. MRAs, same fucking thing. Here's what we know about human nature and all this other great stuff. But we're gonna, go and shout from the top of the Capitol Hill and see if we can get some, men's rights issues resolved. Which, of course, there's nothing really of note in any of that. I mean, very little. Let's just say, because it's a top-down approach, whereas the red pill is a bottom-up approach. It's each one tell one. It's a man-by-man kind of thing, right? Whereas I've always been kind of like, skeptical of the top-down approach, because the top-down approach means you're going to be fighting City Hall, which is a big sister, basically, and you're not going to get anywhere. The best way to actually, the grassroots is the best way to start social change, and I think that's been historically the case for a long time right now. You also have to accept that the quote-unquote gender war is a zero-sum game. Do you want to know how gynocentrism was established? Because feminists and the militant feminists of the late 60s and early 70s understood it is, in fact, a zero-sum game, Dr. Richard Reeves. So if you want to empower men, there is no way you're going to ever get past at the very least, you're never going to get past the appearance of it being a zero-sum game. You might have the best of intentions, But the radical foaming at the mouth FEMOSFERA is going to see it as you approaching it as a zero-sum game, because they approached it as a zero-sum game, and they still are approaching it as a zero-sum game. That's why you get the FEMOSFERA. That's why you get Alex Cooper. That's why you get Charlize Theron and all of the guests that have been on Call Her Daddy. And every single one of those girls will confirm it is a zero-fucking-sum game. Like, I accept, like, how hard, it's a curb this high. I don't know where I picked that up from. Maybe my dad said that at one point. But yeah, it's just, it's amazing to me. But anyways, I was going to say is that I mean, as far as the history of the manosphere is concerned, every single, this is going to really rub people the wrong way. Everybody who's like, if you're an MRA, if you consider yourself red pill, which nobody does, I'm red pill Jason. If you're in any way, shape, or form part of what will be considered the manosphere, if you are a MGTOW for sure, if you are a black pill doomer, even if you're like a god pill, trad pill, whatever the fuck, trad wives and trad cons are calling themselves today, if you are in any way like borrowing, you're reaching over the gate and grabbing stuff from the red pill and using it to sort of back up your little pet ideologies, guess what? You have to pay homage to the pickup artists. You should be paying homage to Mystery and Owen Cook and Papa and some Mike Sartain, because he was back then too, because those guys were the front run. Nick Krauser, you guys should be paying your respects to all those guys who went out there in the field and started the conversation in the first place. Were they trying to get their dicks wet? Absolutely, they were. But your movement and your whatever your best practices, whatever you consider yourself, whatever your ideological bent is, it came from the red pill, which started from essentially just like field experiments done by Mystery. That guy with the big top hat and the black nail polish and the feather boa and the elevator boots and the digital sign that said Mystery.
Different time.
Yes, very much a different times. Wait, hold on. So where was this? Jesus. I had I hate it when I have like a perfect sound drop done and I'm not on the right one. Oh, but yeah. Anyways, it's it's homage, man. Like you owe a debt of respect at the very least to the guy. I mean, Mystery's still doing his thing. I mean, he doesn't care about Mystery. He's like the honey badger, man. He don't care about nothing. Right? He's still doing the same thing he was doing. He still sticks to his guns, still doing the same thing. But yeah, the Foid sphere, this little Foidosphere. If I see the words Foid, I'm like, next swipe. Catch these. Hey Rolo, will you go over why women are freaking out over Klay Thompson Megan situation? Is it because it disproves the boss babe narrative? What is the Klay Thompson Megan situation?
Klay Thompson's the basketball player. He was dating. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was dating. I don't know if he was married to. He was dating Megan Thee Stallion, and supposedly she's cheated on him, but he was also cheating on her at the same time and other shit. So then,
were they married or are they just boyfriend girlfriend?
I think they were just boyfriend girlfriend. But yeah.
I need to know a little bit more about it. I can't really give you an informed opinion of it, but obviously Megan Thee Stallion considers herself a boss babe, right? So anybody who like boss babe is just like code for alpha female. Like I'm like this, and there's no such thing as an alpha female. So what? I can't believe he just said that. That guy with a beanie on. I'm an alpha female. No, you're an alpha male with tits and a vagina. That's what you are. I need to look into that a little bit more. Actually, I will I will most definitely be talking about that with Mike on Access Vegas on Wednesday, which is coming up May 6th. So I know for a fact that because that's that's Mike's wheelhouse right there. So let's see. Funny how Erica Kirk did a PR speech in black on a deleted attempt on a delete attempt on the president, which has nothing to do with her. Okay. And then I thought it was interesting that was it Jimmy Kimmel was like trying to roast Melania Trump.
Yeah.
And like, oh, you look like an expectant widow, bro. Like I know you won't get canceled for that, but yeah, like every like radar, every like sensor just screams red alert that this was, you know, a plan. Thank you, Chuck Cargo, for your $10 contribution to Ned's Dog Food Fund. Manosphere is diverse in ideas. Call Her Daddy is white version of The View, and is all about petty jealousy and revenge. Would you call it that's interesting. That's an interesting comparison. The white version of The View. I think well, Call Her Daddy, you got to remember, was it Dave Portnoy? Not to be confused with Mike Portnoy. That was his baby for a while. Does Barstool Sports still own Call Her Daddy, or is it their own independent thing now? I know. Remember when Call Her Daddy had 2 chicks on it? It was that one. It was Alex Cooper and the other chick, and like I don't know what happened. They booted her off.
To Barstool, 2024, she signed a $125 million deal with SiriusXM.
So now
those departures, they owned it.
They
Barstool,
did. So they sold it out. She signed it. So it's her
it's her
gig.
own now.
Fucking Dave Portnoy is such a simp, dude. He's like, have you seen the interviews of him talking about like, well, you know, I still pay my wife, my ex-wife, you know, she still has access to my bank accounts. I'm like, what? Bro. What? He's still like, seriously, I've seen, well, I think I played a clip here on this show, as a matter of fact. And you know, everybody look at the welcome to the jungle. I feel like, get back to the chopper. Oh man. Yeah. So yeah, CHD is nothing like The View. Yeah. And I'll tell you why, because Alex Cooper can get away with murder. I mean, seriously, because she, imagine for a moment, if you will, me talking to, I don't know, another guy. I don't know. It's hard to say because I can't think of a celebrity who will be red pill enough to talk shit. Right? Because they're all like 90% of them are like simps. Maybe Alan Richardson wouldn't be, right? I don't know. But like imagine I don't know Ted Nugent. I got Ted Nugent across the I'm trying to think of like who I could get that would be like outrageous like that. But if I got somebody and I had them across do you think Sirius Satellite would pick me up? Like, hey, let's talk about how bitches ain't shit but tricks and hoes. Like imagine me doing something like that. And there's the sort of the gender swapped version of Call Her Daddy. Right. And I think one of the reasons why everybody is sort of jumping on the whole FEMOSFERA thing is, I mean, it's just the buzz du jour. Like seriously, I would say probably even before the midterm elections, it'll be gone. I think it was sort of like this backlash or this want for, hey girls, the boys have in the treehouse have the manosphere. Gather around. We're going to make the FEMOSFERA. How about that? The FEMOSFERA has been around for forever. It's called gynocentrism. It's called feminism. It's been around for forever. It's like just because you're out there, like, you know, being loud and proud about it on a podcast doesn't make it it's not novel. It's funny to me. You can't super chat. Are you sure about that? Can't super chat. Can't Ahmad check if I'm banned. I can't do it right here from here because I'm in StreamYard. I'm looking at those because I'm wondering if I don't have some setting fucked up on if it's me or if it's YouTube, because I've been getting this recently. So people have been saying they couldn't super chat. Sammy, can you check and see if he's banned? You wouldn't be, if you're banned, you wouldn't be able to chat at all. So it's weird to me. Try a different denomination. I know you want to give me like $1.99. Try to like up it to like $5 and see if it goes through. I don't know. I mean, just an experiment. I mean, you know, keep your money, but whatever. Next wave feminism. I don't know. It could be. I have, I don't know if now's the time to do it, but I have on tap here the interview between John from, I wish I knew his last name. John from It's Complicated, and Sean Kelly, and all those guys are here in Vegas. So, who are we looking for? Oh, John. From It's Complicated. What's his last name? John Kransky?
No, there's no way that.
That's yeah. There's no way that's it. No, that's not it. No. It's you can probably find it on. I know he's on Instagram. He's all over Instagram. Shit, probably like I was gonna say. Probably Sean already mentioned it. I just didn't remember it. Anyways, I'm gonna jump into that here in a minute. Oh shit! Hey, did I seize up?
Fine.
Are you good? Freeze frame. I'm froze. Hold on. Oh, now it's back. Okay. I think it was you monkeying around that messed with the bandwidth or whatever. There we go. Now we're good. Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna show that video. I'm just gonna give my 2 cents. I'm gonna riff on a few things. I hate it when I have to do this because I consider both these guys my friends, but I just want to clarify things because what happens is like a lot of people listen to other people and they're not really getting good information from people, right? Like they'll say, oh, that Rolo. Yeah, I like Rolo, but what? Like, and it's like, if that's the case, then why don't just talk to me? Like, I'm like the most like accessible dude in the manosphere. But so I'm going to get into that, but I wanted to point out a few things here with the whole FEMOSFERA thing is, I was trying to make the case earlier on Twitter. Now that I got my Twitter account back, that the FEMOSFERA is nothing new. But every time I look and I see something like I see Nikki Glazer, now I shouldn't just point at Call Her Daddy because there's other podcasts that are doing exactly the same. Or they're trying to follow in the same footsteps. I think Alex Cooper kind of wants to be the female version of Joe Rogan, and so I don't know about The View, but I think she probably wants to be the female version of Joe Rogan. And so what happens is to get there, they have to talk shit about men. There has to, because that's the only thing that plays. Joe Rogan can sit there across the table from, Andrew Wilson or foreign dignitaries or like actors or Billy Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins. How many times? You think about the variety and the selection of Hotep Jesus has been on Rogan before, but you will never see that variety or that diverse panel of people that he interviews on Call Her Daddy, because Call Her Daddy has one function, which is to just basically get out this sort of liberated, empowered boss babe narrative. And so I'm actually, as loath as I am to do this, I will give you Lauren Chen, who I am no big fan of, but she was actually on point with this. There she is.
When people on TikTok are saying no kissing on a first date, no, I completely disagree with you. How about this? Also, no kissing on a first date. Well, sometimes I fucked them on the first date. How about that one, TikTok?
What? Okay, so apparently.
Okay, Lauren, cut the shit. You have fucked on the first date. And if you haven't fucked on the first date, I will tell you this, Lauren, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think I would put money on this, but you probably weren't a virgin on your wedding night. And I'm sure your husband wasn't a virgin on the wedding night either. So let's just cut the crap. But
I'm not really on TikTok much, but apparently there's a trend on TikTok where, hallelujah, we have some modesty, some decorum coming back into the dating culture.
By the way, anybody who says I'm not on TikTok, you're on TikTok a lot.
Guess some people are talking about how they don't want to kiss on the first date. Very, very reasonable to me. So not only is Alex Cooper just kind of in her head, actually, I disagree with that. She's coming out on her public podcast saying, no, we should be kissing, whoring around, also sleep with them. Who cares?
Whoring around. Is kissing whoring around? Because I made out with my wife. She wasn't even my girlfriend. On my first date with my wife, I was making out with her on the first date. I guess we're both whores.
This is the most subversive content that I've seen in a long time. Who honestly is listening to this? If you're going out with a girl,
give me the demographics, give me the view, give me what's the sub count on it's on I can't really do that because it's on Sirius XM.
Listeners,
right? Yeah, find out. Yeah, give me the stats on that.
And you see the Call Her Daddy podcast on her playlist. Okay, red flag, bright red flag. I mean, kind of green flag if you're just looking to get laid, I guess. But if you're looking for anything more serious than that,
Lauren Chen.
red flag.
Lauren Chen confirming Rolla Tomasi. Red flags are green flags if you're not the marrying kind. Like I don't even have to be here anymore. My work is finished here. You guys, it's the ball is rolling. The train's already on the track. We're good to go. That was my point. My whole point is that it's not going to be the manosphere that red pills, makes the most amount of men red pill aware. It's going to be Call Her Daddy and shows like that. It's going to be hell, even Lauren Chen at this stage. It's going to be you could even make a case that it's going to be the even the more feministy conservatots, right? Like Tommy Lahren. Right?
So they average around 5 million to 10 million per episode.
Yeah.
From 25.
Who's watching this show?
Exactly.
Who's watching this show? Okay, now find me what the watchers, what the audience is for The View.
Would you like to know more?
Yes, I would like to know more. Man, that'd be interesting. Yeah. So here's the thing: is like I realize that. Thank you for. I'm not trying to devalue my contribution to the manosphere and the red pill space and everything I've done. But what is it? Oh my God!
2.4 million to 2.6 per episode.
So yeah. So like by an order of magnitude, more people than for an episode of Call Her Daddy versus The View. That should like that. How come we aren't raising alarms about that right now? Oh my God, man. Yeah. That's funny. So Lauren Chen, if you're watching, between 5 and 10 million people are watching her per episode. And what is it, 2.1 or 2.6 of
2.4 to
2.6 of The View. So it's more popular than The View. Well, by an order of magnitude, more popular than The View. So like that's another thing. Is like whenever if you're gonna make comparisons like that, are you gonna like who's watching this stuff? Like please, like we looked it up in not even 1 minute. We had the stats for it. Stop being lazy. Do your fucking homework. It's not hard. You live in the age of like AI and Google and Perplexity. Hell, Perplexity probably would have got me like detailed stats immediately. Like Perplexity. Give me the comparison between audiences of The View and Call Her Daddy. Boom. And it even shows you how long it took it to
exactly. It tells you the seconds. Credits
return in 0.00078 seconds. Yeah. So yeah, people are watching. People are watching TikTok too, even though you say you don't watch it. But here you have, and again, this is Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy. This is it's not even a guest. It's the host talking about how, for first night lays. Where have I heard that before? First night lays. That kind of sounds like something, I don't know, those pickup artists would talk about. or a kissing on the first date. Wouldn't that be a kiss close? I think that would be a kiss close, Kyle. That would be. Why are you looking at us? Why are we the ass? How am I the asshole? How is Mystery the asshole? She's the asshole. Like I don't understand. I do understand. I understand because we live in a gynocentric social order, and I know that's like beating a dead horse, and everybody and their mother keeps talking about that. We live in a female. Would you like me to abbreviate that for you? Because gynocentrism sounds like a $10 word. We live in a female correct, female primary, female imperative. They don't people like that. A female important society. We prioritize the female experience over the male experience. That's why. And so no one is going to. Alex Cooper's brilliant, by the way, for jumping on this right now. And getting the kind of play that she is, 5 to 10 million per episode. Fuck. Yeah, there's a reason she's on Sirius and not on YouTube, because YouTube would be getting what 30% of that take.
$125 million contract.
Yeah, $125 million contract. Yep. Remember when Joe Rogan went over to Spotify and he made $100 million for bringing his show from YouTube over to Spotify?
Yeah, dude. And that was the craziest thing ever.
And what's funny is like everybody if you could because he made $100 million off of that deal, like he could do no wrong. He could say, aliens are dropping in tomorrow, or he can make Elvis lives on the moon.
So reportedly, 2024, it's $250 million.
$250 million. Okay, so he made a little bit more than she did. But either way, when you make that kind of, that's like not fuck you money. That's like fuck it all money.
Yeah.
I heard that on, I watch Friends and Neighbors with John Hamm. That's one of the things they said. They're like going through all these different yachts, like the levels of yachts. Do you watch that? It's a great show. Really and every once in a while, they'll go through like these sort of opulent things that like really the ultra wealthy buy. And so they're going through the yachts, and like there's like the big mega yacht that you have to have like built for yourself. And he's like, I forget what he said, something like $100 million is like fuck you money, but like this is like fuck it all money. Can you give me any examples of how to deal with hypergamy or women's mentality? After seeing everything, it's just a pattern and it grosses me out. I kind of miss my libido. Okay, that sounds like a biological, physical problem more than anything. It's not a psychological problem. But I think one of the things is when people hear the term hypergamy, and I was going to get into this because I know John from It's Complicated talks about this in the video I'm going to riff on here in a minute, because talking about hypergamy, and I think a lot of people misunderstand, even to this day, even despite my best fucking efforts, people still don't understand hypergamy on a biological, not even like, and I'm not talking evo psych, I'm talking about evo bio level, right? Evolutionary biology confirms dual mating strategy, confirms hypergamy, okay? Or at least the motivators or the motivation for it, okay? But what gets me is I think people think of hypergamy as sort of like a social construct. And if we just did something different in society, or if we just got people back into church, or if we could just find some way to hold women more accountable, or, take away their rights or something like that, hypergamy would change. No, it wouldn't. It's been evolving for 200,000 years. It's part of women's evolutionary firmware. No woman is more hypergamous than another. It's a subroutine that is running in the background all the time. So that's the first thing you kind of have to understand about at least hypergamy from biological / evolutionary psychology perspective. But what happens is then people are either too happy or too pissed off about hypergamy, right? So the happy part of it is like, well, when a woman hits the wall, she won't be able to hypergamous anymore. No, she won't. She'll still be just as hypergamous. She just won't be able to exercise or consolidate or, capitalize on that hypergamy. Well, she will still, actually. I shouldn't say that. She'll be less able to do so. The other part is that they're either like too pissed off or too happy about it. They're pissed off about it because of exactly what you just said. Right? It's bumming me out. Hypergamy is bumming me out. Why? Why is it? It is what it is, right? Leverage, like if you're on the right side of hypergamy, it's fucking great, man. If you're on the, if you're on the good side of it, it's great. If you're on the sharp end of the stick, yeah, I can understand. Yeah, absolutely. But it's all in how it's exercised. And like, again, it's like I got to stress the point before I jump into this other video here. I got to stress the point that the red pill does not exist so you will hate women. I know what is he saying? The red pill does not exist so you will hate women. It exists so you won't hate women for what they can never be to you. That's the point. Like actionable, accurate information. You'll always go check them, right? Check all of my books, check anything I've ever done. I always refer to the red pill as red pill awareness. When I talk about the blue pill, I talk about blue pill conditioning, right? So when we're talking about understanding just the basics, just the predictive framework of hypergamy, it's nothing to be pissed off about, and it's nothing to be overjoyed about. It just is what it is. How are you going to use that information? Right? So some guys are going to say, Rolo, it's never going to work for me. We're never going to score.
We're never going to score. We're never going to score.
Oh, I'm going to go black pill. No, that's what your brain has said. Okay, well, I'm fucked. So the juice ain't worth the squeeze, and the only winning move is to not play the game. Well, that's a practice. Not playing the game and just you are playing the game. You're just playing League of Legends. You're just like fucking WoW or whatever like that. You're playing a game. You're playing something else. You can't actually exit the game, period, but you're decided that you're just not going to, it's not worth the effort, but that's a best practice. I just got to give up. MGTOW, we're going to walk away. If these bitches want to come, once they get things sorted out for themselves and they realize that, you know, we're actually what they need in their lives, and yeah, maybe we'll still be here if they earn our respect or they merit our attentions or something. We'll be over here on the side over here. This party will be going on here, but we're going to be over here in the corner. You know, sooner or later, one of these girls is just going to go, you know what? I need a really good guy who's one of these MGTOW guys. Oh, all these passport bros are leaving the country. Oh, what are we going to do? they don't care. But they think that passport bro is a good example. But that's a best practice. You know what we're going to do? Well, we understand the nature of female nature. We've got all this great stuff from the Red Pill and all this stuff that Rollo's talked about and these other authors have talked about. We're going to take that and we're going to go leave the country. We're going to go to the Philippines, right? We're going to go to or Brazil or Argentina. I'm trying to think of all the places they go. Poland, where the really hot chicks are. We're going to go to Thailand, which might not be a good idea. We're going to go to I don't know, Vietnam, and we're going to because the women there are feminine and they defer to men and they have a respect for men until you bring them back to the United States. But that's a best practice, and that's why I keep saying, you know, like everybody who is that's any kind of movement that you've heard of in like online culture, popular culture, whatever, MGTOWs, MRAs, black pill, doomer pill, I don't know, passport bros, I guess would be one, trad pill, all that stuff. They're all branches. They're all practices that are rooted in what the red pill has made them aware of. That's why I call it red pill awareness, right? Blue pill conditioning is the societal conditioning that you have that sort of, you know, feeds into your ego invested beliefs as to how things really are. It could be religion. It could be your, like, ego investment is not just about, it's not just about like the blue pill or how you view chicks. It's also your ideology. It's also your religion. It's also pop culture. It's also anything that can sort of influence your personality or, you know, contributes to your worldview, contributes to the way that you think about things. And then what happens is that becomes part of who you are. And so you become, your ego, literally your identity, becomes invested in those beliefs. So when somebody attacks that belief and they're not, you know, they're just saying, hey, look, what you're talking about here, your ego investment is kind of false, or maybe it's not, but somebody's just asking the wrong questions, then that you're not comfortable in answering. It's not an attack on the actual belief. It's an attack on your personality. And so people take it personally, right? That's exactly why when I did the video with Rashad McCants, when I was saying, hey, look, and I was trying to point this out, I'll go over this one more time. Because you guys have probably heard me say this, at least I don't know how many times I've said it on Access Vegas. I think I might have said it on this show a few times too, is that we are trying, this was the whole conversation, we're trying to figure out in the 21st century how to do relationships, how to do marriage. You want to know why we have a gender divide and everything else? And like, you know, was it with the video I showed you guys a minute ago of the research of the data about how women have this unfavorable, more women, like by a lot, have an unfavorable opinion of men. Well, men are like, yeah, women are pretty cool. 73% of men are like, they have a good outlook on women. Whereas women are innately distrustful of men because for 4 generations, we have been a part of this social engineering project that has convinced women that men are inherently untrustworthy. And when you have the manosphere and when you have adolescence and we have Louis Theroux, whatever, I'm trying to say his name right, and you have people who want to either shit all over the manosphere or promote the manosphere, and you got women who are distrust that has been sort of percolating for 4 generations. Yeah, of course you have a bad outlook. Of course they have a bad attitude for women. Of course, for men, women have a bad attitude for men. Of course they do. Well, you would expect something different. And so that whole side of things where women are, putting themselves out there, like as far as, the boss baby energy and everything else, it's what causes the backlash when I just drop basic facts on Sean Kelly's show with Rashad McCants, right? So what I was talking about is how we're trying to figure out how to do relationships in the 21st century. And I gave 4, not just the one, I gave 4 other, other than that one, I gave 3 other models for that. The first one is closed on my end, closed on my wife's end. That's traditional monogamy. And if either one of us step outside the boundaries of the closed nature of our relationship, what do we call that, children? Cheating. Yes, we do. We call that infidelity, right? Okay, having an affair, whatever, however that is assessed in your relationship, but it's based on one fundamental understanding, which is closed on my end, closed on her end. Very easy to understand, right? Your grandparents probably did it too. Then you have the Justin Waller, who I don't have gay love for. Thank you very much. All right. All you guys want to throw shit at me for that other clip that's going on around here. All I did was say, I was explaining to both, there's another clip, by the way, of me just sort of glossing once again, Justin Waller, and everybody goes, these guys are like ballerinas, flipping onto each other's dicks, talking about, other men. I knew all these rational male guys, or these manosphere guys, these red pill guys. I knew they were all closet homosexuals. Bro, I'm not even gonna fucking dignify that with an answer. But the thing is because of that, I still on the show, still use Jason Momoa, Alan Ritchson, and Justin Waller as sort of apex examples of a high value man. And in this case, I was saying look, there's another model of relationships, and that is closed on her end and open on his end, which is exactly what they went and talked about on that great, documentary everybody loves so much when Louis Theroux was interviewing Kristen and Justin Waller. I was just explaining the dynamic in all of that, right? I was saying Justin can pull this off because he's a high value dude. He's one of the 4.5%. And I gave the example of the time I was at that one Mexican restaurant, and that chick came up and just put that little tag down on the table, and it's basically a phone number, and says, here's my number, and here's my room number, and sight unseen, come up and get to know me. I was just relating a story. I'm gonna dig up the picture of that, because I took a shot of that actually happening when it happened. Because people think, oh yeah, Rollo, I'll take things that never happened for 800. I have the proof. I do have receipts for that, actually. So that's another model, right? The other model is open on his end and closed on her end. Mike Sartain, with his last 2 girlfriends, he does the same thing, right? Now, it helps if your girlfriend is sort of bisexual and she likes chicks. That makes things a whole lot easier. But that model exists. And then there's the open on his end and open on her end, which is the open marriage thing, which of course is the what I like to call the Destiny and Milana model for marriage. They are technically married. Same thing with Adam 22 and Lena the Plug. I've seen the wedding pictures. She was in white. They were actually got married and said, I do, put the ring on and everything else. Are they not married? Married, and Jason Love gets to root her out now and dig her out now and then, right? That's their arrangement. And then there was the arrangement that I was saying in the video that everybody just jumped all up my ass for, which is that the most common arrangement is open on her end and closed on the guy's end, but the guy thinks that it's closed on her end and closed on his end. And I gave the example because I said this. I said, look, men are the pitchmen. Men have to go and convince a woman to fuck them. Men have to go and convince a woman that he has status, he has quality. They're the ones that are conversation. They have to initiate the date. They have to go the pitchmen, right? If you're looking at it in terms of the sexual marketplace as an economy, men are the pitchmen. Women are the advertisers. How do they advertise? On Instagram. You could also make a case for OnlyFans and whatever else. But primarily Instagram. And I use this as another example here, was this shot right here. I haven't put this up in a while. Okay, there you go. You got Leo Messi, you got Messi, you got Cristiano, and I don't know who this guy is here at the bottom. Okay, this was the side-by-side comparison picture that I keep throwing out. excuse me, every once in a while. And I think there's one of Ronaldo as well and his like supermodel wife, and they've got kids. And so on the soccer player side, it's him and his wife. But if you go and you look at like on his wife's Instagram, it's just her lounging in Aruba there, same beach, same bikini, no Messi, no, no Cristiano, no Ronaldo, no whatever it was this other guy is. And I was just making the comparison. I also use Ayesha Curry and Steph Curry because Ayesha wants to still put herself out there. And everybody goes, oh, that's not because they're advertising. They just want to feel good about themselves. They don't do it for you. It's not male gaze and all this. I was like, no, but that's whether you're doing it for you or you're doing it because you're want to give the appearance of you being still available. That's the message that's going out there. I don't care what the intent is. The actual message is this: sexual availability. That's what it is. So whether or not, I don't care. Shit, I don't even care what you're wearing. Like if you're in a relationship with a guy and you're not posting that guy at least occasionally on your Instagram or your Facebook, or wherever the fuck it is, right? And you could be in sweats and a t-shirt for all I fucking care, right? It's still, I made the comparison like when Scott Galloway was just dumbfounded that the Atlantic article about like the chicks who were embarrassed to have a boyfriend. It's the same fucking dynamic. And he wanted to say, well, it's because these guys don't do shit. These guys ain't shit. They need to up their game. They need to get back on the plantation. They need to, put on deodorant and take a shower and wear nice clothes and whatever the fuck else it is, right? But so he's throwing that out there, and like he never wants to look at the female side of it, which is, of course, the side that is the Leo Messi's girlfriend, like not putting any pictures of him up there because they want to give the appearance of being available because it's a fail safe for just in case Leo Messi leaves me, just in case Steph Curry leaves me. I need to have assurances that I'm still desirable, because if Steph Curry starts fucking chicks on the road, then I want to be able to know that I can hit the ground running if I have to. And again, what does that come back? That insecurity. There's this visceral like hate. It's this visceral like anger reaction when I suggest that women might consider, not be asked to, but might consider themselves to like put a picture of their boyfriends up there at the very least, or take down some of the more like sexually explicit stuff that they have. I'm not saying, that's not me asking you to do that. I'm not calling you a whore or anything. I want you to keep doing that, please. I like it when I see fucking lingerie when I open up, Instagram, because I have got to see who's going to be on the next Access Vegas show. I like that shit. And you know who else likes that? The millions of other people who are following you on Instagram, because they think you're available. They think they might have a shot. And even if they don't think they have a shot, they still like looking at titties. Okay? That's just how it works. Oh, you're sexually objectifying us. Well, that's all fucking Instagram is. That's all you're doing. Like if you only look, Kyle, if you only looked at like Instagram and you only looked at like, if that's all you knew about like the female animal, you would think that women just like wander around in lingerie and swimwear. Like what am I going to wear today? Oh, let's Honey Burdette. Let's put this on. You would think that if all you ever knew about the females of the human species was gleaned from Instagram, you would think they all live in Aruba. They're all flying to Paris. It's the highlight reel, right? And there's like the reason why, and I mentioned this before, the reason why women are embarrassed to have a boyfriend, according to The Atlantic, or the feminist writer who was writing this. I hate to burst your bubble, Scott Galloway, but it has nothing to do with men measuring up. It has to do with women not wanting to lose market capital in the sexual marketplace. Because the minute, and women know this is the part that I didn't say in the video, is the minute that they do that, the minute that they show their boyfriend in a picture, the minute they even do a soft launch, like show the hands together, or there's two bare feet on the beach and there's a Corona between the two of them or some shit. The minute they do that, the follower count drops off. And the minute they say they have a boyfriend, they even hint at having a boyfriend. Hell, they could be at Babes in Toyland, and there could be a guy like in the back, like just like creeping around the back, and people are like, is that your boyfriend? Because they want to have, they enjoy, like that's where your follower count comes from. Oh, it's not, you're not doing it because you like it, or you're not doing it so like other bitches will validate you. It's availability, whether you know it or not. In fact, just the act of like being pissed off about it is about the availability. It's a fail safe. And again, I'm not being judgmental about it. I'm just showing you the mechanics of it. Please keep doing it. The only thing I've ever asked on, and I asked this on the last Access Vegas, was I do this occasionally with the girls, especially when the topic of Instagram comes up or social media. I will say, like, look, if you, the hypothetical situation is always this: if you came across a guy who was like the perfect dude for you, like he's 6'1" and he's jacked, but not too jacked. He's just, he's got a water polo body. I know you hate that. He's got a swimmer's body. He's got a really good, he's muscular definition. He's a 10% body fat, some muscularity to him. And he's in finance, and he is whatever your prerequisites are that you would type into the female delusion calculator. He's that 0.01% of the population, that dude. And you go, holy shit, ladies, you go, holy shit, I've got this guy. He's on board. He wants to commit. He's all about it. He wants to be monogamous. He's talking about marriage. He's talking about meeting my family. Yeah, he wants to eat kids in the future. He likes puppy dog. He likes puppy dogs and rainbows in Disneyland too. Fuck. Would it not occur to you to, at the very least, curate the pictures on your Instagram? If not, like, take your Instagram down totally, then at least adjust the pictures on there so there's no doubt in that guy's mind that you are not on board with him. That you're like, I mean, unless you're making money off of it, I get it. If you're a real estate agent, yes, you got to do that. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you partying it up at Wet Republic, right? Or you, doing you're not a cover model for FHM or Maxim or something like that, but you have pictures that kind of, hey, hire me next kind of thing. Anything that does that, you're going to lose follower account. You're going to lose. They know that if you take those pictures down, or if you, God forbid, you can take those pictures down, you're going to lose market capital. If you show a picture of you and your boyfriend together, it's going to fall off a fucking cliff. Your engagement and your followers would just, like, you will be hemorrhaging followers and likes and everything that most modern women measure their egos by: likes and subscriptions and follows and hearts and whatever the fuck, emojis, whatever women, sort of the metric that they use to sort of measure their egos with, all of that falls off a cliff when they show a picture of their boyfriend, and they know this. And so when I brought this up, I said, look, if the guy is the pitch man and the woman is the advertiser, and she's advertising on Instagram, right? If a guy goes and he starts pitching, he's in a monogamous relationship. It's supposed to be closed on both people's ends. And that guy goes and he starts hitting on the hot waitress at Hooters, right? Or he has a friend who's a stripper at Sapphire or something like that. And he starts pitching himself, and he's obviously interested in the chick, and he wants to, convince her to fuck him. What do we call that? We call that cheating, because here's the guy and he's trying to get in the pants of some other chick by pitching himself to the other chick, right? So if that's the case, then why do we not call it cheating when a woman is still advertising, even just the perception that she might be sexually available on Instagram? Why is that not cheating? We call that content. We don't call it cheating. She needs to do that. She needs to keep that up there because she's making money. I don't know how do you make money off of that? Do you monetize like Instagram? Like you
can.
Okay. By the way, congratulations to Lindsay, one of our Access Vegas girls. She is on the cover of Playboy this month. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Lindsay. I can't wait for my copy. But maybe you get a shot at Playboy. I don't know. But it's like Deborah So was saying. What is it? 1 in 3 men haven't had sex in the last year. and 1 in 5 women haven't had sex in last year. And that's quite the discrepancy. So it's 1/5 versus 1/3. So who are all these women fucking that the guys ain't fucking? You know, well, because hypergamy. Thank you for like the most obvious Occam's razor, like the most obvious answer, right? And so a girl stays relatively hot. And I even got this. I'll read you some of these comments that I got on this too. I mean, you should just do that. Read you some of the comments that I got on the on this. One of them was like, "It's not like Instagram is a dating app." I'm like, bitch, it's the number 1 dating app on planet Earth. Gosh, they are still right now, man. Sean Kelly is one happy motherfucker about this because I will tell you right now, I don't think he's ever got this kind of engagement. Like, Sean, drop the video. Please drop the video. It's ready. It is ready to go. I think the turkey is cooked. It's ready to come out of the oven now. Please drop this video because what is it? It's 11.6 thousand likes on this. He knows what the analytics are, and it has 355 or 335 responses to it. Oh, okay. Here's a great one. Here, I'll just actually let me put this up on it. It's easier if I just show you guys. I'll just share the screen real quick. Share screen. There we go. On my Instagram. There you go. Okay. So this was you already saw. I downloaded the video and just showed it to you first thing. So you've got Posh Metal. I forget who this chick is. Some of these people follow me, and some people are just like, I've never heard of them before. This one chick says, "It makes it so much easier to filter out these men." Okay. For what, man? Which oddly enough is kind of a form of advertising, don't you think? Or judging. And then I love some of I'm like, I said, "You look pretty good for 50, man. I presume you're single from all your gallery pics on your show." That's you.
Post about.
I know. There we go. So Disco Tacos, by the way, that's my girl Tiffany, who has always got my back. Jason Hartman, absolutely, my friend Jason Hartman, absolutely. Instagram is ClickFunnels for women. they're hooking up. And then this chick's like, "I watched this 10 times on mute, confused as to why there's a T-shirt on his head." Like that's point and sputter. That's like all you guys have got. And what I thought was funny. So here's the funniest thing about that. It's like, you see Rashad McCants there. It's like, I've got the beanie on, but Rashad had a fucking crown on. like where the fuck? Like, it's okay for him to have the crown, but like me with a beanie on there, that makes everything just sort of illegitimate. I go, okay. This was a great one. Soraya Ahara. The sovereign woman who comfortably shows her body is not making any kind of invitation for others to have access to her. Not an invitation, but is most definitely an advertisement of, "Look how fucking good this looks, guys, and this is what you will be getting because I may or may not be available." Right? How do I know? Because you don't post any pictures of your boyfriend on your fucking Instagram. Okay. Then the other one is quite the opposite. She feels comfortable in her body as a temple. Then why would you not like cover it up with some really nice clothes, right? I mean, shit, that'd be great, right? She does not seek validation because she has become her own validation. Wow, that is like, are you a god? Well, no. Then die. That's it. Like, I am God. I become my own validation. I am one with the universe. She is not searching for partners because she already feels complete. Then why be on Instagram at all? Yeah, why post at all? She becomes magnetic. You mean to the opposite sex that you're on there? She expresses her sensuality as her most natural energy. God damn, what? I don't have the taboo. Do I have the taboo on here? I don't have taboo on there. I need my porn music. She expresses her sensuality as the most natural energy. Here you go. She no longer hides herself to avoid making others uncomfortable. You're not making me uncomfortable. I want you to please keep taking your clothes off. I'm just saying, would it not occur to you to maybe make sure that the guy that you think is so perfect that he doesn't get the wrong idea that you are still on Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, and Instagram? Okay. I'm not saying you even have to delete your Instagram, but just like maybe re-curate your photo gallery. I don't know. And so here's she simply is in her full authenticity. Wow, this is some Zen bullshit, man. And she spreads her light, not to overshadow, but to illuminate and inspire those who are still in the shadows. Wow, that's what you got from this 45-second clip. All right.
Comment, not reading all the.
Yes. Yes, not reading. I stopped at. Oh, here's a good one. Men like you guys are the reason women are still afraid. Might as well trade some cows for her. Yes.
Dowry time.
And so this always hits me because I try to be like, whenever I hear this come out, I'm like, why would you be afraid? Like, for pointing out women's pragmatism, because it seems like it's pragmatic, right? Like, if you're single and you like the validation, when I say validation, you like the affirmation, you like the attention. Women love the attention. I get it. It's fine. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever. I'm glad you do, because that means it makes my job easier. Right. I don't want women, like, there's this sort of this push for these guys are saying, like, every Access Vegas will get a guy who's like, yeah, man, I can hardly watch these bimbos because they have big fake plastic tits, or they have Botox, or they have so much plastic on this show. Right? I'm like, you need to get real women on there, or there's too much makeup on these girls. I'm like, you really want them to not wear makeup? Like, isn't it nice to see big fake titties? I mean, is it not nice to see a nice thigh gap? I think it's fan-fucking-tastic. It keeps you alive as a guy. It keeps you healthy to see big. I don't have them on tap right now. I have seen studies that says that like men looking at breasts, like it keeps them heart healthy or something like that. Or there's some sort of positive juju you get, like a biological thing that you get from seeing nice big titty. Like, that's why fucking Mike Sartain is the healthiest man in the fucking universe. Because big titties make the world happy. Nice ones anyways do. But like, I 100% agree. But like, if the guy is the perfect dude, would it not occur to you? I agree with parts of this, but I'm getting the feeling that men just don't want their wives on here so that they don't see what they're doing. Like, so the idea is like, we don't want our wives on Instagram because we're going to be on here just liking all these hot bitches who are promoting themselves on Instagram because we think they're available. Like, make my point for me. If you can't trust each other, don't be in the relationship. Which I agree with that, because my wife trusts me implicitly. I am not banging, nor have I ever banged any of the chicks on the show. Any of the not for their, not because they haven't thrown themselves at me occasionally, but I have not, I've been able to resist. Thank you very much, because I have a 30-year shared history with my wife. And I love her, and I really enjoy having sex with her, and she looks fantastic. There's no reason for me to be unfaithful. So there's this sort of mutual respect and and she likes it that other women find me attractive. She likes that I do these shows, right? But I can't say that on anybody else's show, because then it sounds like I'm glossing myself and that he's it's a humble brag. It's not, but I do understand. Yeah, there should be sort of a mutual respect there, but. How about this? How about you're so appreciative of the guy because he is the standalone out of he's a unicorn, right? He is the needle in the haystack. He's the guy that you've always thought of. And like, would it not occur to you, go, oh shit, I don't want him to think that I'm putting myself out there, and I want other people to think I'm available. Right? We had one chick that was on the show. On the last Access Vegas, and she was saying that one of the reasons she split up with the guy that she was with is because he still had a Bumble profile, and while they were dating, while they're still together, right? Been together for 3 years, and she discovered that he still had his Bumble. He never took it down.
Yeah.
And I said, was that something that contributed to you breaking up with him? She said, oh, absolutely. I said, okay, so if that's the case, then why would it not occur to you to want to take down your image, the more sexual, like I'm available images on Instagram? I'm not saying to delete your whole Instagram, but curate your Instagram in such a way that it doesn't give other people the impression that you're, or at the very least, put pictures of you and your boyfriend, your husband, whatever up on there, right? Why not do that? They can't. Well, the reason why they can't is they will lose their minds. And this whole thread right here is just one woman. Here's the other one. Maybe a burqa right away if you get married. Can you Instagram in a burqa? Like, okay, slippery slope. I got this, but that's not the point. It's like, I love how everyone likes to think that it's like this over possessiveness. I'm not saying that the guy asked you to take it down. I said, would it occur to you to take down your images? And every chick that I've ever asked this on the show said no. Or if they think about it long enough, maybe once or twice you get one that goes, well, yeah, I would. If he was like the perfect guy and he made enough money and he was sexy enough and he was fun enough, and he checked all the boxes off, right? Then it might occur to them. But I thought, but without me telling you, right? Without somebody saying, hey, girlfriend, you might want to take those pictures down, or you might want to show a picture of him, like everybody know that you have a boyfriend now. But it doesn't occur to them to do that, right? This is dumb. You're acting like Instagram is a dating app. Really? Really? It's not just used for posting revealing pictures. Well, that's true because I use it for marketing, but like, yeah, if you're not a girl and you're a business. And so what if they do? That's a conversation for the husband and the wife, not for Instagram. No, that's the whole point. Is should there even be a discussion? Because what will happen is this. There's a reason why I characterize it this way. I asked the girls, would it occur to you to take down your Instagram? Not the guy asks you to take down your Instagram. Because if a man asks you to take down your Instagram or to, hey, baby, why don't you put some pictures of us on there so everybody knows that we're together? That sounds pretty insecure. To me, even that sounds pretty insecure, right? Like he wants to, hey, bitch, you got to know, because it sounds almost possessive, right? I want everybody, I want all of your, 425,000 followers on Instagram to know that we're together. We're a thing, right?
Yo, Rolo, let me hit you with this. Soft launching.
Come
on now. Why is that even a thing?
Why is that a thing? Because women are afraid that if they hard launch, they will lose market share. Yeah. It's the economy. It's cloud economy, but it's the economy of it's attention economy for women. That we refer to the sexual marketplace as a marketplace, right? As a marketplace, you're talking about an economy. Economies, it's subject to all of the same rules that economies are. Recession and everything else that goes along with that, right? Well, if you go and you make certain bad decisions in your stock portfolio, or you position yourself in bad ways or whatever, you're going to either lose market share or you're going to gain market share. It's just, I'm saying women are pragmatic about this. I get it, but that's still the fourth form of a relationship right now. And most guys are in that and they're okay with it. They don't know any better. They're Instagram boyfriends where, they're at the, taking pictures of their girl at, in Aruba and she, you can't take the right picture. I think it was Rich Cooper who made me aware of the Instagram boyfriend dynamic, or the phenomenon, right? Because I think he said he was like on vacation. It might've been in Tulum or something like that. And he looks up the beach and it's like, there's like 3 or 4 guys and they're all had the phone and their girls are lounging in the surf and their titties are out and it's just the girl. They're just taking pictures of the girl. The guy's not there going, hey, here's a selfie of me and Sally today. We're going to send this to mom and dad, right? Mm-hmm. No, let's get this for the gram. Let's get this on. And it's that there wouldn't be the phenomenon of the Instagram boyfriend if the boyfriend was part of the team, there's a hard launch. Why do you ladies, why do you make your boyfriend or your husband the Instagram boyfriend? Here, take picture now. Because you're still whether maybe women just simply don't understand that that's what they're doing. But I want to be like that. This one chick talking about she's her own validation. Then why take pictures at all? But I love the rationales, and it's just like an eel in the weeds, man. Just trying to find. Oh, we don't do it for you. What is it? Was it women don't exist for your pleasure? They do on Instagram. I can tell you that right now. Heart. Burning heart emoji. Looking good, bitch. Like that. No. Oh, we only do this So our girlfriends on Instagram will respond with "looking hot, babe," or something like, no, you don't. You have beta orbiters. You have guys that want, whether they are paying customers or not is irrelevant in the sense that you're still advertising, that you're available, whether you are or you're not.
And make it an extension of oneself.
And so most guys that was what I was telling Rashad. I said, most guys are they're in that relationship. They just don't realize that they are. It's closed on his end. If those guys who are the Instagram boyfriends, if they start hitting on the hot waitress at the tiki bar in Aruba, we would say, "Oh my God, my boyfriend cheated on me when we were on vacation." Yeah. No, you were advertising your ass in a thong, and me taking the picture of it, and I'm helping you, unwittingly helping out. You're basically turning. By the way, if you're an Instagram boyfriend, you're like just this side of a cuck because you're advertising for the bull to come and fuck your fucker. Whether you're like down the road and like 2 years later you broke up with her, and that hot shot that you took of her and on Aruba in the beach right there, that's what worked to get her bull. That's what worked to get the guy that she did want to fuck. Like, you're basically participating in your own cuckoldry to some degree.
Looking for an upgrade.
To some degree. And again, oh, well, you sound like you're insecure. I'm not insecure. I like it. I love showing off my wife. We went to was it Jason? Not Jason Muddy's. Blake Shelton's Old Red for the last Babes in Toyland. I love that my wife looks good. I like that she can you're never gonna. Well, you haven't. I did post this once, I guess. I took pictures of her and Mike's girlfriend, but not girlfriend, Harper, and Harper looked fucking great, right? But my wife looked pretty good, man. I was like, damn, she can pretty much hold her own here with these chicks. And now remember, my wife's like my age, like we're in our late 50s, right? So she's there. I think I told you the story, like the table, the VIP area that was behind us, it was for the rhino. And so all these, and the strippers, because they're all strippers, right? They're going back there because they're getting booze and they're getting, they want them there. Like Steve Fowler brings them there because it brings more dudes for the charity event, right? And a lot of them are cool because I know a few of them. They've been on the show, but it's when you see the chicks there, it's like everybody's showing off to some degree. Everybody's showing. They're advertising availability. Now, my wife is not advertising availability because I'm right there next to her when she's looking good, and I'm glad. I love it when people say, "Damn, bro, married well." I'm happy to do that. If anything, I want to take my wife out more, and that's not a flex, and that's not an ego stroke, or it's like, oh, Rollo gets his validation from showing off his girl. Like, no, but I like that she's good looking, and I like that we have a good time when we go out. That's the point. Isn't to do that, but again, she's not advertising because I'm right there when we're doing this, when we're going out and having a good time together, and I just especially like I okay, maybe in a way it is kind of. I'm gonna stop lying. Maybe in a way it is kind of a flex because of our age and because we're in really good shape and we've been together coming up in July, we'll have been married for 30 years. And I love it when people go, oh man, I don't know how you can possibly I don't want to get married. Why? Well, because I can't imagine like having sex with the same person for 20, 30 years. I'm like, try 30 years, right? It's entirely possible. It's fun. I love having sex with my wife, right? And she likes having sex with me. Obviously, we're still together. We still do it. Got a kid and everything else. So be fruitful and multiply. It's entirely possible. And I love being able to be the only guy. I love it. Absolutely love it. When people say, oh, those manosphere guys never have healthy relationships. I never see them married. I never see them with girls or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm like John Travolta.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, what?
Like throw your phone, man. What the fuck? But anyways, it's advertising, ladies, and it's okay. It's okay that it's advertising. I'm just pointing it out. You're not mad at me. You're not mad at the fact that I'm pointing it out. Oh, you guys are I love how. And what gets me is this. Now, here's the other lesson. I'll be done with this in a minute. Here's the other lesson for that whole situation is the slippery slope that happened so fast with the responses because the only reason I can think of is because women know that it's advertising and they don't want it taken away from them. They don't want any attention brought to it. Yeah. Right. They don't want They don't want anybody saying, even the suggestion that, hey, maybe would it occur to you to take down your Instagram or to curate your pictures? Just the suggestion of that, women get, like they're a cat in the hair, they get their hackles up and they're just, they bristle at the idea. What are you, an incel? No, I'm just pointing out the dynamics here. You're the reason why women don't feel safe. What? I'm just pointing out that this whole thing, but see, that's the level, like you can tell by the response that that's how seriously they take that. That's how serious. Remember what I was just saying, like a few minutes ago, like 10 minutes ago, I was talking about how we have for 4 generations raised women to be inherently distrustful of men, right? To see men as inherently untrustworthy, right? So when a man says, you should probably take down your Instagram, they think, oh, so you want us in a burqa? No, I just said curate your, what the fuck? But the suggestion of it is, I'm taking away your fail-safe. And what that fail-safe is because men are inherently untrustworthy, women need insurance policies. One is, there was just a chick, I just read this recently. There was this one chick who was, it was a guy, I think it was a Reddit thread. The guy was talking about how he was going to get married to his fiance, and they called off the wedding because he found out that the woman that he was going to marry had a $50,000 trust fund, or she had a $50,000 like slush fund, I should say, that she was keeping secret from him while he was paying for the wedding. He was paying for he's paid for pretty much everything in the relationship. Yeah. And so she's got the money. I'm not saying she shouldn't have that money. She should, right? Fine. But the reason why he was like, well, she didn't tell me about it. He wanted to get a prenup. And in the prenup, it was discovered that she had the $50,000 trust or slush fund, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but I am saying that became an issue. And that's why he basically said, she's not being upfront with me about this whole thing. Because if you're going to not want to sign the prenup because you think that's sort of like planning the wedding to fail, or planning the marriage to fail, would not having a $50,000 slush fund and positioning yourself in such a way that you may as well have a prenup, is that not also planning to fail? Is that not also based on the same sort of like level of distrust, like playing chicken, right? It's like this level of distrust. Is that not the same dynamic? No. Why? Because it's a woman. She's going to be the one who's going to be ass out if she doesn't, but he's going to be ass out if she takes half of his shit in a divorce, by the same logic anyways, right? And I'm not saying women shouldn't have that. I completely understand the need for security because women are the vulnerable sex. Men are the disposable, I suppose. The men are the sacrificial sex, right? Men are the ones who are the risk-taking sex, right? The protectors, right? The providers, the provisioners, right? The parental investors. And I have a new, I've got a Substack article coming out tomorrow. I've got it already scheduled for tomorrow. And it's based on the reason why men are so hung up on legacy, are hung up on knowing that the kid is theirs. Because I kept reading all these Twitter posts about like women going, well, a real man wouldn't care whether the kid is his or not. He would just sack up. He would man up and take care of the kid. He wouldn't be the stepfather. He'd be the father who stepped up, right? And I'm like, that's awfully fucking convenient. But why is it that men have an innate repulsion, whatever, have an innate hesitancy, whatever, as below active, it depends on the study, but it's either unattractive or below average in attractiveness. Okay. I showed that one video. I don't have it now, but it was on it was confirmed also. Thank you, Brian, from whatever podcast. He went around the table and said, what percentage of guys are unattractive? And damn near everyone, there's nothing lower than 50. I mean, there's a couple of girls said 90 and a few girls said like 70, right? And take the mean average, it comes out to about 80%. And then they said, well, what attractiveness, what do you think? And it was about 10%, which is kind of off, but like just say 20%, right? They confirmed it right there, going around, just here's a random sample of 10 or 12 chicks around the table, confirmed it right then and there. That wasn't the manosphere. That wasn't Rollo Tomasi. That wasn't Mike Sartain. That wasn't Myron Gaines. That wasn't anybody except for the random girls that were on that table who said and confirmed exactly what Dr. David Buss confirmed in his own studies, just right off a hand. It's there. It's not the fucking manosphere. It's reality. That's what it is. You're mad at the real world. You're mad. You're not mad at us. You're mad at the stats. You're not mad at us. You're mad at empirical reality is what it is. And guys aren't, if guys are pissed off about it, if they're pissed off about it, it's because they're in the 80%. They're not getting, they don't have the sports fucking gene. They're ass out. Right. And even the guys who are in the 20%, that if anything, I would think the guys in the 20% will be more pissed off than the guys in the 80%, because the guys in the 20% don't know. Like, they're like, okay, how do I get, like, I'm a maybe guy. I'm not unattractive, but I'm not attractive. I'm the maybe. I'm the maybe I'll do if I can prove I have value added. Well, what do I got to do? Invent something new, up my game. Put on deodorant and take a shower and say, "May I meet you?" So those are the guys that you're gotta figure something out. And then, as I said before, there's the 4.5%ers like Justin Waller. Oh, he's the most attractive guy in the world, right? Those are the guys that women will openly make an effort to try to hook up with. That's why I laugh. I bust my ass up when people talk about the hookup cultures. This is degenerate in the hookup culture. There is no hookup culture, for fuck's sake. We live in an era where, what is it? One in 5 women and 1 in 3 guys are not fucking. We don't fuck this gen. Maybe it's Gen Z is fucked up, or like at least half of the millennials are fucked up. Maybe Gen X, we're still fucking, right? But you're not having any sex. So don't give me this bullshit about everybody's hookup culture. Hookup culture died in the 90s, man. It died back in, the early 2000s anyways. It's gone. You know who's in the hookup culture? The guys in the 4.5% and women who want to fuck those guys. And so those guys go, well, I can casually hook up with the girls that I want to. And if you happen to be at the upper end of the 20%ers, you might be able to enjoy more than a few women, right? But you're in the 80%, you're fucking invisible. As Mike always says, like women don't even see those guys. They're the guys who are stocking the shelves at CVS, right? Walgreens. They're the guys that you just stare right through. Like women, like they're invisible. A guy rolls up in a Lamborghini and whatever, and he puts that smile on you. They will remember his eye color. They will remember how tall he was and what his hair color was and what the shoes he was wearing at the time, right? Yeah, because he's not invisible. I think one of the reasons why women think guys are creepy is because the dudes who should be invisible or they think should be invisible suddenly try to make themselves visible. Like, why am I talking to you? Remember what we said. If you want to judge a woman's character, her true judge of character, see how she behaves and reacts around people who can do nothing for her. You know who can do nothing for her? The 80%ers, because they're invisible. The moment they try to make themselves visible is when they become a creep. And you know why? Because they're offended. They're offended that this guy thinks he can get with me. Go back to your invisibility. Why are you trying to put yourself in? Why are you trying to yell loud enough to get my attention? Go follow me on Instagram if you want my attention. Give me tips, pay pig. Give me the attention. And again, this is just reality. This is just observable, measurable reality. And if you're pissed, the only people I know who are pissed off about it are women. It's not guys. Guys aren't pissed off about hypergamy. It's women who are pissed off about hypergamy because men know what it is now. It's out in the open. Guys can plan accordingly. That's hypergamy, dual mating strategy, understanding that there isn't such a thing as mating strategy at all. And it changes over a woman's, lifetime, over her phases of maturity. The fact that guys can figure that out, it pisses women off because it puts them at a disadvantage. Like if a guy is like, if you got a hot guy, let's just say an attractive dude, he's 25 years old. He hasn't really, it's hypothetical question. You take a guy who's 25 years old and he's got potential, but women don't care about, really, especially today, don't care about potential. They used to. I think generations before might have, but not as much as they used to. And I'm going to show you another video here about potential here in just a second. I'll tell you what, actually Lorraine is going to tell, she was on our show on Access Vegas last Wednesday, but she's going to tell you about potential. Okay. But, you know, what is it? Rich Cooper says, you know, women don't care about a man's struggles. You should just full stop right there. But they wait at the finish line and they fuck the winners, right? That's the saying. Okay. But if you got a guy who's 25 years old, he's got potential, and he goes through, you know, he's going through life trying to figure shit out for himself. He's attractive enough, right, that maybe girls want to get with him, but he still is blue pill and doesn't understand how the game is played. Doesn't understand what hypergamy is. He's very blue pill. Doesn't want to know. He doesn't know and doesn't want to know, you know, how the game works, right? That woman needs that guy, that attractive guy who's got his shit together, who's making something of himself. That woman needs him to be ignorant when he gets to be 32 years old. She needs him to be young, dumb, and full of you know what, and he needs him to be ignorant of the game. So when the manosphere comes along, when Rollo Tomasi comes along, when the red pill comes and tries to inform him and educate him and equip him with actionable, accurate information about intersexual dynamics, the praxeology of intersexual dynamics, when somebody comes along and writes a book called The Rational Male, available at Amazon, and that guy reads that and he goes, holy fuck. And it changes his world, and he changes his outlook on how men and women, like he understands the nature of men and women. He changes his outlook on all this stuff. You know, women will say now he's suddenly a fucking misogynist or whatever. It doesn't matter. He's educated. He's been enlightened, right? His eyes have been opened. Why do my eyes hurt? Right? So that guy, when he gets to be 30, 32 years old, he's not going to go, I can vet now. I understand the situation. I understand why women at 30 need me more than I need her. Because when I get to be 36, I will now be in my prime, and I will now be able to be more sexually selective. Women hate me because of that, because I am giving away the game that they're already openly giving away anyways on Call Her Daddy and everything else too. They're just not putting it, they're not having anybody articulate it for them. And that's where I came in. I've had so many people tell me the same thing, man. They'll be like, Rollo, I've always known this stuff. I you know, back of my head, I've always known this shit, man, but I've never had anybody put it into words. It's like, you know, you're the first person I ever read who like articulated these things that I kind of already knew, but I really just couldn't like sort out. And I'm like, well, I'm happy to be able to oblige you. Thank you very much. You know, and I will keep doing it, right? I will keep educating these guys. But the thing is, notice the first thing I said, I've always known about this stuff. I've always thought about this. I've always, you know, I kind of knew this, but I just never had anybody put it into words or articulate it for you. But before I came along, you still knew. There's still some, like, you still kind of saw the code in the matrix. You kind of knew something was a little off. You knew something was not quite right. And that's the thing, is that not quite right. That guy knew about it, but I didn't have anybody tell me. All it does is take one, you know, cocky motherfucker to come along and write a book and educate those guys, and it throws women's fucking game to the wind. Because now that guy's educated. Now that guy can make decisions for us. He's better able to make decisions. That's why I keep saying I'm not in the business of making men better men. I'm in the business of equipping, educating, and, you know, just helping guys, you know, get accurate information so that they can become better men on their own. They can cater that to their own situations and on an individual basis. And so I could give you the rest of the spiel on the sales pitch on that, but the point I'm trying to make here is that that guy, in becoming somebody else and becoming educated and equipped and everything like I just said, that puts women at a disadvantage, because they're waiting for that guy to because once they get to be 30 or 32 years old, they're waiting for that same dude that was at 25. They expect him to be dumb. They want him to be stupid. But he's not stupid, because now he's educated. Now somebody has put it into words for him of what he already knew.
They want the notebook.
Yep. Exactly. That's why I wrote the Player's Handbook, man. People hate that book, man. Women especially hate that book, because it lays out in black and white, like, why those dynamics work, why game works, why social dynamics work. It's not a how-to book. It's a why it works book. That makes sense. Let me get to the rest of these here before I go into the video. Can you, actually, before I do that, because we're, let me finish out this video.
Blunt, and I'm not judging, and this is not hate. This is more of a, can you see why men are frustrated video? But this girl right here, looking the way she does, a 2, and that's being generous, overweight, attitude, entitlement. The fact that she's even on this app posting a video talking about the top 20% and women wanting better, this exactly proves the point that men keep trying to make and women continue to miss. She's talking like she wouldn't be lucky to land a guy that's a 4. And yeah, you can call it 80-20 or 90-10 or whatever. She's proving it because at her level, on looks alone, she doesn't qualify for the top 20% and definitely not the top 10. But because dating apps and social media provide this constant validation and attention from all types of men, she now believes that she does. She thinks that she's in the market for the 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s. That's the issue. Because not long ago, this same type of woman, this woman herself, would have been happy with a guy in her hometown, blue collar man making $50K a year, maybe not the best looking guy, maybe a little overweight, but a solid and good man. Now, this same woman, this same 2, thinks that she deserves a man making 200K plus, at least a 7 in the looks department, disposable income that can fly her out and pamper her. That's what this is. So when men say they are frustrated, it's not because we don't want women to do better. It's because the women in their actual lane with the same lifestyle, same values, same goals, same reality won't even look at them anymore. And the men that are hardworking, loyal, emotionally available like women want, and really ready to treat them like a princess, they're invisible. They are auto left swipe, not even in the same dating pool. This is why men are frustrated.
There you go.
You're goddamn right.
Yes. That's so you want to know the I wanted him to finish that out because there's this, like, for women, when you start talking about the 80-20 rule, or you talk about like gold diggers, right? When you were bringing up the topic of hypergamy, which is what the last super chat was about, I have written about open hypergamy for quite some time. I think the first essay I did was in 2014 or 2015 about open hypergamy, and I did that because I kept seeing like these commercials where I think it was a Red Robin commercial, right? And it was this chick, and she's maybe like a 4, right? Maybe a 5, right? And she's there at a Red Robin restaurant table, and she's talking about Red Robin and great burgers and everything like that. Yeah. And she's there with one guy, and she gets up and she leaves with another guy, and picks up and leaves, and it's funny. And then there was that one. It was right about the same time. I don't know if anybody remembers this still, but there was a Super Bowl commercial with Michael B. Jordan in it, and it was this sort of fantasy of this black woman to get with Michael B. Jordan. And her but her husband was just kind of like this dutiful, and he's another black dude. He was like a dutiful kind of guy, not as in shape as Michael B. Jordan, let's just be honest. But the whole thing was like, it was totally like everybody laughed at it and thought it was, oh, this is great. You know, that's open hypergamy. It's right there in your face. And I don't even need a commercial. I don't need Red Robin or the Michael B. Jordan commercial. I forget what it was for. But it was a Super Bowl commercial. But you don't need that now. All you need is call her daddy, because they're doing the exact same thing. They're just confirming hypergamy over and over again. When we talk about dual mating strategy, Rolo, where's your proof? Well, there's a lot of statistical proof for it, first of all. Second of all, I don't need to show it to you. All I need is Alex Cooper and the next guest on Call Her Daddy, and you will see it empirically right there in front of your face. Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? It's right there and confirmed all the time. That's why I keep saying the FEMOSFERA is the new red pill, and more people, more guys are going to be brought to the red pill, or the manosphere, whatever you call it, the red pill, because of Alex Cooper than Rollo Tomasi. Because there's going to be more, because what's her market? She's got 5 to 10 million people watching that shit every time. And you're going to get the highlight clips of it on TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter every week. And I'm going to point it out. I'm going to rub your fucking noses in it, because it's hypergamy. It's dual mating strategy example over and over and over and over again. And I'm sick to death of listening to all these fucking, pop evolutionary psychologists who want to just rely on nothing but like surveys and self-reported research and data, which I'm not saying doesn't have its place. It does. I mean, if sometimes that's the only way you can get data, I understand. But you're looking at data that's laboratory data. It's been gathered in the lab. There's another way to get data. It's go out in the field and record it out in the field. Like if you look at Diane Fossey and Jane Goodall, Gorillas in the Mist, right? If you look at the primatology, right? They don't go to the silverback gorilla and say, Mr. Alpha, what do you think about the bitches in your hair? They're not filling out surveys. You have to watch what happens in the wild. You can do the same thing with human beings. It's like humans in the mist. You can still do observational stuff. Nick Krauser was the one who told me, one of his famous quotes, pickup artist, I don't know if he still is a pickup artist. Nick Krauser said that PUA, pickup artistry, has done more for understanding intersexual dynamics, I'm paraphrasing, in the last 15 years than psychology, sociology, whatever the psychological sciences have done in the last 115 years, because the guys who are going out there doing the experiments in the field aren't beholden to the same level of code of ethics that research scientists would be held to. And you're getting the data, but they don't want to like the stuff. I think what's going to happen is this: at some point, and maybe we're already there, but at some point, there's going to be people who are going to confirm everything that the manosphere has ever said, the red pill has ever covered, and it's not going to come from us. It's going to come from, well, it already is, come from like a guy like Chris Williamson or somebody he's interviewing. It's going to come from Richard Reeves. It's going to come, like, I can go and just kind of selectively listen to like parts where, we hate the manosphere. But for the last half hour, you've been making nothing but manosphere points and confirming shit that we've been saying for a long time. The same thing with Helen Andrews. Everybody thinks Helen Andrews is just, and I like her too. Don't get me wrong. I think she's good. Keep doing it. She can go on trigonometry and she can talk about that. She can talk about like how the wokesy movement or the wokesy political ideology is really founded in female psychology, and which I would say it goes back to our hunter-gatherer beginnings. And I would make a case for evolutionary psychology and evolutionary biology as being the impetus for that. She's not going to talk about that. She's going to talk about stats of, the staff at, the Wall Street Journal or the, New York Times, or, medical healthcare professionals and psychology and law and everything else, which she's absolutely correct on. But they're still the same observations me and a lot of other people in the manosphere have been making for well over a decade, probably almost 2 decades right now. But nobody paid any attention to it. They called us fucking misogynists and hating women because we said exactly the same thing. But when it comes in 2026, it comes from Helen Andrews, it's groundbreaking news. No, it's not. I mean, I'm glad she's doing it. I'm glad I like her quite a bit, but I don't get invited on trigonometry to say those things because I'm I have a dick hanging between my legs and not a vagina. And if I did, then I'd be the next one. I'd be the next guest on Steve Bartlett's show. Right? They don't want to hear from me. They don't want to talk to me. They don't want to talk to Mike. They don't want to talk to anybody who's going to make it real for them. But I think at some point we're going to eventually gradually work up to that. It's going to get to the point where Mike and we've discussed this, but Mike and I have talked about this privately before, but we've said, really what we have to do is just keep doing what we're doing. Just keep doing another show, keep doing the Rational Male, keep writing another book, keep putting the shit out there, keep doing this shit, because at some point along the way, it's going to look weird that they haven't had us on there yet, that they haven't talked to us yet. I thought like Mike getting on Ryan Panetta's show was fucking great. That was almost a breakthrough. But then you got Andrew Wilson going on trigonometry and Joe Rogan. Now, Andrew Wilson's not red pill per se, but a lot of the stuff aligns with it. And he's making a lot of points that we have made in the past a lot. And I'm glad he's putting it out there. I like him very much. But it is what it is. You guys want to shit all over us, but you'll take it from somebody else. Deborah So, who's hot as fuck, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I got the weirdest boner. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm strange, but I think she's all right. Now here's the last one I'm going to put here real quick before we move on. Where is Lorraine? Lorraine Lindsay. This is Lorraine Lindsay. Lorraine Lindsay was on our show on Access Vegas last week. She was sitting next to Mike.
if you were actually living up to your greatest potential. So in other words, if I were living up to my greatest potential, would the person that I'm looking at their potential, would that person even be someone I would be interested in? Because there are times when it is easier for me to invest and pour in and to point out their potential without me actualizing my own.
Oh God.
Right?
A queen of that. Yeah.
And so it's like really being truthful with myself and saying, if I really was at my optimal, what I know to be my best, would this person even be in my life anyway? And so then the question becomes, so then why do I need their potential to be seemingly greater than my own?
Okay. So I thought this was interesting because I was talking about potential before, like when we talk about like Rich Cooper's quote, you know, women don't care about men's struggles. Well, to come into your full potential as a man, there's a lot of struggling that goes along with that. Let's just be honest. Okay. It's the burden of performance. You have it. It's a biological and evolutionary psychology and evolutionary biological fact that men must perform and women just are. Men must become, women just are. But if you haven't become yet, that woman is not looking at, women want the full package. They want that guy to already be a made man. That's why you see more women like interested in older men. And I know we're trying to trot out this stupid, crazy idea that younger men want to get with older women. Yeah, but do older women want to get with those younger men? Is that, like, for what? For a fuck? Yeah, probably. But they're not marrying those chicks. I actually had to school this one chick who was talking shit about that. She's like, yeah, well, you old guys need to understand you shouldn't be dating younger men or younger women in the first place, right? That's not okay. It's not okay for Mike Sartain to go and get with a 20-year-old or a 22-year-old, a 25-year-old, right? But it's quite all right if a 25-year-old dude wants to get with a 38-year-old chick. Then that's fine. That's cougar area, right? But the thing is funny is like I was just finding this one chick and she was like 38 or 39. And she had mentioned something like, why wouldn't I want to get with a guy who's like 25, has six-pack abs and, you know, has, you know, muscular, blah, blah, blah. So I went on Perplexity and I'm like, what percentage of the population between 18 and 29 have six-pack abs, Perplexity? And it broke it down. The Perplexity broke it down saying, well, to have visible abs, first of all, you got to work out, number one. And then second of all, you have to be at right around 10% body fat for that to be really, I mean, you could probably be about 12, but it said if you want to see real, like visible, like
genetics,
defined,
mass,
yeah, you got to be about 10% body fat, right? Which accounts for like 4% of the population. And I'm like, so you think at 39 years old, you're going to get with a guy who has six-pack abs, who is also 4% of the population, of the U.S. population, who happens to be between the ages of 18 and 29 years old, because that's what he's going for. All right. Yeah, look that up. Percentage.
Demographic. 1 in 33 men.
1 in 33
20s.
In their 20s. Yes. So Perplexity broke it down for like body fat percentage. Right. So anyways, the point Lorraine was making here is she's like, why would she get involved? If a woman is already making something of herself, why would she want to get involved with a guy that has potential in the first place? Which I think is really kind of damning right now, because if anything, and she's speaking the truth, right? I get it. And guys can be pissed off or they cannot be pissed off about this, but men must become and women just are. So that's something to keep in mind, gentlemen, when you're 25 years old and you're going, man, you know, well, I can fuck this chick, but I'm never going to have a relationship with this chick. But most of these guys are invisible in the first place, so they're not going to be fucking these chicks in the first place, right? 80% of guys are unattractive. But remember, let's just say you're not one of those guys. Remember, gentlemen, when you get to be 30, 32 years old, you're just now entering into your peak potential years. You have maybe your business is off the ground. You're out of your, maybe you've gone to college, maybe you haven't, maybe you've gone to trade school. I don't know what the fuck. Maybe you got a business off the ground. You're still keeping yourself in shape, like prime level athleticism at that time. If you maximize your potential, let's just say, when you get to that particular age, you're not going to be interested in a woman that's Lorraine's age, and nothing against her. I mean, I met her. She's a very attractive chick. But thing is when you get to be 37 years old, you're going to want to get with 25-year-old chicks, and you're not going to care about what their fucking potential is, whatever it is, right? Potential, nothing. Is she hot or is she not, right? But like, why would women want to get now with a guy that has potential? I am a product of that, quite honestly, because when I met my wife, I had 2 fucking nickels to rub together, man. I had my net assets were my 79 white Toyota pickup truck with no tailgate. It had the net across the back of it. I had a Randall half stack amp, and I had 2 guitars and my pedal effects. And that was about as well, like, if I needed instant money, that was the only thing I had to sell, right? That was it. And, you know, I got with my wife because she liked fucking me. And she, you know, she worked in healthcare. She could have been with radiologists and ER docs and anybody else she wanted to be with, but I'm the one that she got with. And because even at that time, she said, I saw potential in you, and the bet paid off. Right. So you can be the guy who is, you know, women don't care about your struggles. Yeah, they don't. They don't care about, they care about the results. And that's all Lorraine is really confirming here. Why would she want to get with a guy with potential? I want a guy who's like a proven commodity, because I'm a proven commodity. Why would I want to take a bet when I'm already a made woman? You know, she's maximized her potential. Now, you know, she's on the downside of it for sure. And I understand the logic. Why would you want to get with a guy who has nothing going for him? Well, probably because he's got a big dick and he's younger and he's enthusiastic. That might be one reason. But as far as like a mutual pairing of some sorts, the trouble is the guy who is her sort of potential equal is not going to want to have anything to do with her. Like, why would he? Well, he can get with hotter chicks. He can get with younger, hotter chicks who, you know, he doesn't care about potential. He doesn't care what she does for a living. I'm a high value woman. Why? Because I have a job and this and this. No, that doesn't mean shit. I mean, it means shit, but it's like not as far as like sexual market value is concerned. You know, like I love it when women tell me like, I'm an alpha female. You're not an alpha female. You're just an alpha. You're a woman who's following an alpha male life projection, like life path. To be a little vulgar about it, you're an alpha male with tits and a vagina. That's what you are. And you wonder why guys don't find you attractive. It's like, well, yeah, because you're male, because you are presenting anyway. You're female, but you're presenting, at least lifestyle wise, as a male. And you're upset that men aren't attracted to you for the same qualities and the same attributes and aspects that women would be attracted to an alpha male. But it doesn't work that way. You know what a real alpha female is? It's like it's Renee Summerfield. It's Maya Sofield. It's the chick who doesn't have anything. Well, I mean, Maya does too, but like it's the chick who's just the hot bikini model, because she outclasses all the other, like from the perspective of sexual market value. It doesn't matter what she does for a living. She outclasses all of her competitors in the sexual marketplace because she's hot. She's got big tits. She's available. She's enthusiastic. She wants to fuck. Like that's what guys are. That's high value to a guy who is an alpha male. It's not like an alpha male doesn't want to get with an alpha female because that alpha female is basically just following a male life path, whatever. So, ladies, if you think you're an alpha female, like understand that you're not, your sex appeal, your attraction is not based on your professionality or your how much money you have in the bank. You're an alpha male, just in a female body. A true alpha female, from an evolutionary biological perspective, is the chick who's the hottest girl of the bunch. That's the alpha. She outclasses all of her competitors. What does an alpha male do with his male competitors? They call him alpha because he's at the top of the fucking hierarchy. That means all the guys below him are not up to his. I mean, they might be staggered up to him, but they're all below. That's the leader, right? That's the hierarchy. Then you can't expect men to want to fuck you because you have basically become an alpha male. They don't want to be. That's the alpha. An alpha female, like I said, is the girl who can outclass all of her competitors just the way an alpha male does in that hierarchy. But so what are the criteria for that? Be hotter, be more fun, be more feminine. be a fun lay, be good, be enjoyable to be with. I don't know. There's a million other different ways, but they don't have those are not the same criteria as being an alpha male. That's why you're frustrated, because you were sold a bill of goods that told you, if I go to school and I get my bag and I get my education, I got my money, I got my entrepreneurship, I got my, my gourmet muffin company off the ground, whatever it is you're doing, right? That you think you're an entrepreneur, you think you're an alpha female, whatever it is that you do that makes you think that you're an alpha female, along with that comes the expectation that if I do these things and I become an alpha female, then men are going to be attracted to me because of those things, because I'm an alpha female. It doesn't work that way. Men and women are different. We have different criteria for what is sexually arousing and attractive to us. That's just the way it is. And you can fight me on that all you want, but I threw Lorraine on there because I wanted to point out really the idea of potential, because when we get into this next video with John from It's Complicated and Sean Kelly, he's going to talk about the burden of performance. And I wanted to preempt that a little bit, because this is why it's important, because increasingly as women become more secure, when they're financially secure, when they have like she's saying, if I maximize my potential, why would I want to get with a guy that doesn't have any potential? Because that's essentially what a lot, including John, unfortunately, are trying to advocate, that it doesn't matter the guy shouldn't worry so much about their burden of performance. No, absolutely you should. And there's Lorraine here to just confirm that for you right there. So we'll get into that in a minute. Let me jump through these real quick. Ever notice how women stop uploading selfies with their tongue out once they're 27 or 28? I don't know, man. I could probably find a few. Do you follow who I follow? Shit, I could put. I was September Summer. She's like in her 40s. I think she sticks her tongue out now and then. But yeah, I do. I understand what you're saying. I get it. You should do a show with Turd Flinging Monkey. Yeah, I know that. I would very much like to, and he wants to too. I think we just have been like too busy. But I'll follow up with him. I follow him on Twitter, and he follows me, and we have a back and forth. So, and we have a good relationship. So I'll see if I can do it. Steve-O, when do you feel hypergamy really started to be noticed and talked about? 2014. 2015. You got to remember that the reason why I call it open hypergamy back then, and then later open cuckoldry, because that's what it led to, was because for the longest time, hypergamy was a secret. Like, one of the reasons why women hated gold diggers, like they hated it when men called women gold diggers, but it's not the popularity of the term didn't come from men. It came from other women. Like when was it Anna Nicole Smith got with that guy who was like he died off, and she was like this Playboy playmate. She's a gold digger. Everybody knew she was a gold digger. And you know why they hated Anna Nicole Smith? Because she was giving up the game. Because she was saying, this is what it's about. Women and men too, but like women hate gold diggers, not because they're gold diggers, but because they used to be overt about it. They used to be upfront about it. There's only one conclusion you could draw. She wants to be with this old guy, not because he's like good in bed, but because he's worth $2 billion. So, but hypergamy being open, when I talk about open hypergamy, remember, it's not a verb. I think a lot of people stupidly turn hypergamy into a verb, like she's hypergamying me. No, it's just like I said, it's a subroutine that's rolling around a woman's head. The reason why we're talking about it right now, the reason why it's acceptable to talk about it, is because it's unignorable right now. You can't not accept the reality of dual mating strategy and hypergamy just by watching half an hour of TikTok videos, by running through a few Instagram reels. You will understand hypergamy in the basic sense if you just all it takes is 30 minutes on Instagram. Read religion last week. Good job. Thank you. I spent 3 years of my life doing it. No problem getting lays or spinning plates when I don't care about them. I'm too cool to be dating. I'm too high quality. I respect myself more than to want to put my penis in these mere mortal women. But the ones I do like, I end up feeling beta, blue pill, caring about their past, etc. What gives? Because you're a guy who doesn't fuck. You know what would solve that problem? Abundance. Spin more plates, my friend. Be outcome independent. Spinning plates is great. Well, you know, spinning plates, you don't care about them. Great. That's good. You should. Spinning plates is really a euphemism for dating non-exclusively. You don't have to fuck every plate. You can enjoy. Maybe you will later, but you're intimately interested, romantically interested in that chick, or the possibility exists that you could be romantically interested in that chick. So, you know, going out on a date with this one Wednesday and another one on Thursday and this one on Friday, and the chick that you always fuck on Saturday comes over to your house. Yeah, that's the roster thing. Is it really a roster? You're just dating like a healthy woman would date. You're just being prudent. You want the best deal that you can get with, and then from that roster, sooner or later, 2 or 3 of them rise to the top. And then it's not meant like people think that like plate theory, like when I talk about like dating non-exclusively, like it's secret. We're gonna make sure that these bitches don't know about each other. No, that's not what it is. You are like you read the book. If you've read the book, which you probably have, but people don't. Like people who give me shit about like plate theory or they get dating non-exclusively, I can tell immediately you haven't read the book because there's 6 different chapters on plate theory, like dating, which is dating non-exclusively. If you understood the principles of dating non-exclusively and what the benefits were and what the protections were for doing it, you would not think I'm trying to manipulate women. It's not for manipulating women. It's for making prudent decisions and being able to vet women. That's what it comes down to. It's not meant to, I mean, can it be used for evil? Yes, it can. You can fiendishly manipulate these girls and spin plays, but that's not what it's for. You read the book, you will not hear me go, nah. But it's meant to be practical as everything else that I do in my books, right? It's meant to be applicable. Could you use the red pill to manipulate girls and game them into bed? And yeah, you could. But the majority of guys, that's what's funny to me, as over the years, I have met, for the majority of guys, they're not in it because they want to be players and they want to increase their notch count. They didn't come to me. Usually they want to get back with their girlfriend, right? Or they want their wives to fuck them again. Or they want to find a girlfriend at all, and they are perma-virgins, right? They've never been on a date. They never kissed a girl, and they're almost 30 years old because they lack the social skills, or they're not in a good enough shape, or there's something, failure to launch, right? There's something about them that has prevented them from being intimate with a woman, right? And they're not coming to me or Mike or MOA or Reignite or anybody else's program for that matter. They're not coming to us because they want to be incorrigible man whores. These guys just go to these courses because they just want to like fuck anything on 2 legs. That's what Rolo always says. No, I don't. Because the majority of these guys want to have a relationship. They want to get one girl. Sometimes that's dangerous because they have one-itis, or they're stuck on the soulmate myth. So when I say, spin more plates and be non-exclusive, that's a protection mechanism as much as anything else. It provides you with abundance, and that abundance prevents scarcity mentality, which fucks over a lot of guys because they're average dudes and they're in the 80%. So if you're in the 80% and you're like invisible for most of your life, and then you hit 30 or 32, and then suddenly one chick out of the billions of chicks like, yeah, maybe I'll give him a shot at this pussy, right? And she's a 6, right? And you get with that girl, you think you're with a 10 because you can't believe she's your world, man. She's the one. She's my soulmate, Rolo. Thanks, man. I'll take it from here. 6 months later, I gotta get my girlfriend back.
Not knowing that the grass is greener.
That's the thing is, like, if you had been dating 5 other chicks, you would have realized, she's all right, but there's probably 4 other girls that are better than that, and maybe you're more compatible with. But because you're not used to abundance, because scarcity has pretty much defined your existence and your identity for most of your life. It feels weird. I'm a one woman kind of man. Roll up, but you're fucked. I hope God intervenes and finds you a chick, because it's going to take divine intervention or something. It's going to have to be the clouds are going to part and the angels are going to sing, because you need to be prepared. You need to be able to be prudent about those decisions. I love it when people throw, Rollo, how did you vet? How do I vet for a girlfriend? You spin plates to begin with. You've got to have a selection of women to actually vet between the ones that you have, right? You have to have an abundance mindset, first of all. And how do I get that? You date non-exclusively. I'm not saying fuck all of them. That's not notch count, bro. Show me the receipts, bro. You'll never hear me say that. I do think you should date non-exclusively. Some of them you're going to have sex with, and some of them you might just be romantically interested in. They'll fall off or they'll pan out. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's exactly what women do. When women do that, we call it being prudent. She's just making the best decisions that she can make for herself. Well, why won't you? Why can't you do that? Big ones are great, but fake ones are tacky and gross. You know what's funny is whenever I hear shit like that, people go, big ones are great, but the big natural ones turn into fat, sloppy ones, dude. They turn into pancakes later on, my friend. Give me the fake, perky ones all day long. Maybe it's Vegas, man. Maybe I've been too long in Vegas. What gets me is I love it when guys we'll be on the Access Vegas chat, and they'll be like, all these girls have fake boobs. I'm like, or these girls, get some real girls on, Rollo. And I'll be like, okay, show me a picture of what you think a real girl is. And I'll do my best. I will try to get a girl that looks like they never sent me any pictures. But then those girls are fake. They have fake boobs. There's so much silicone and plastic on that table. I'm like, would you know a real breast from a fake breast anyway? How much porn? You've been raised on pornography. Do you honestly think if you saw a real a chick with a real breast and you saw a chick with big, they don't have to be September, summer, circus tits, you know what I mean? But you see a nice girl, it's nice, little big B cup, and she's got fake B's, versus a chick who has okay boobs, but they're natties.
Yeah, she got
they're
natty
natties. Yes. Shout out to my girl, Tiffany Fox. She has natties. You want to see You want to see? Oh God! You want to see natural tits? Go to Tiffany Fox's. Go to Disco Tacos on Disco Tacos on Twitter. You will see natural tits. She's beautiful. She's got a beautiful body, but those are natural tits. Okay, and I'm not taking anything away from Tiff. She's a good friend, and I think she's gorgeous. But those are natural tits versus circus tits. I don't have any problem with circus. I prefer it. I like big. Well, I have big tits. I'm not a big tit guy. I've never been like Mike Sartain is he definitely has a type, right? I'm more about legs and ass. Thigh gap is the true test of a woman, not boobs so much. A good B cup. That's all I require. Thoughts on a friend acting supreme alpha in front of girls and being disrespectful? Should I end a friendship or bring it up? I would need to know what the behavior. What do you consider like supreme alpha? Because a lot of guys, when guys are like posturing, when they're posing as, or LARPing, cosplaying as an alpha, they're going over the top because they think somewhere along the line, the disconnect was like, well, girls just want me to do like this. They want you to be a jerk. They want me to be an asshole. They want me to be a supreme alpha. So they, strut around. The behavioral equivalent of strutting around and everything else. And guys who are not like that get pissed off because they're not doing it. But here's a better question is it working? Is it working for this guy? That would be my next question. Like, what is the supreme alpha behavior, and is it working? Because if it's not working, then it's posturing. Then he's a poser. Then it's macho. He's a macho guy, right? Whatever it is. And if you are good looking enough and you can sell it with boldness, if it's working, it's working. So don't care, got laid. Right? But I understand what you're saying, because a lot of guys will do this, and women complain about this to me. Even they'll say, you know, Rollo, I wish you red pill guys wouldn't tell these guys to act like the way they do. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, well, you know, they all think they're alpha, and they all, you know, like have a different attitude, and now they're talking in a different way, and they're mean, and they're insulting, and blah blah blah. I'm like, well, they're not alpha. I'm not telling them to do that. But they think so. What the guys do is they see an Andrew Tate video, or they'll see something along the way, and it could be pretty measured take on like a neg hit, or it could be like a lot of guys will think a neg hit is like insulting her,
like actually being harsh.
Hey girl, you're looking ugly today. Oh, I love you. That's not like neg. First thing, I even asked a mystery about this when I did the interview. He told me, he said neg hits are not an insult. They're a backhanded compliment. They need to be a compliment that evokes an imagination, a question. It's not, oh man, you're looking a little fat today, huh? You know, or hey, show up on our date and wear this. Like why? Why are you like thinking that and the guys think it's going to work. They think that if they take it and they carry it over the top, that's going to be that's going to be successful for them. What happens is they come off as a tryhard. And when you come off as a tryhard, that's the ultimate expression of you trying to create your own pre-selection. You don't have anybody else to say, oh, he's an alpha male, or he has high quality, or he's a hot guy. You don't have any one third party to say that. So you have to go, I'm pretty hot. I can bench 225. Hey, last time I was in Europe, and I was, backpacking through Estonia, and, just like throwing out this cock. Yeah, I was thinking about buying a Lamborghini when I was there on the Autobahn in Germany, on the Autobahn in France. No, there is no Autobahn. And I was married to Morgan Fairchild. Yeah. No, it's trying to manufacture or construct or convince a woman that you are actually pre-selected by dropping stupid, obvious, overt hints that you should be pre-selected by her. And that's when women get you want to creep a girl out, you want the creep vibes. That's exactly how you do it. Because what it's doing is it's in a subtle kind of like with saying it without saying it way of saying you should fuck me. We should, and ultimately that's the approximate goal. The ultimate goal is I'm so hot, you should reproduce with me and we should have children. And that triggers the hypergamous filter like nothing else. Should you say something about it? I would need to know, first of all, is it working? And then second of all, is it pissing you off, or is it making him come off as a creep? If it comes off as a creep, then yeah, say something. How much do you care about the guy? Is he coming off as somebody like the girls don't want to hang out with you and him anymore because they can't stand his posturing? Then bring it up. So. And I have dark triad traits, don't we all? And slightly muscular. Are your serrats visible? Then you're not slightly muscular. Blue pill guys tend to get tribal just by my presence. Are you the guy that's the alpha guy that was in the other chat? And that guy because your friend is very concerned about you right now. They stare to scare, but I'm zen as fuck. Is that normal? Is this for real?
I mean, if we take them as is, right?
We take it as is. Is that normal? Is it normal to get guys like, because dark triad traits and you're like slightly muscular?
I usually see that at like the gym, I'll be honest. But
I see the slightly muscular thing is what's throwing me off here is dark triad trait, like how so? Are you more Machiavellian than you are narcissistic, or are you more sociopathic than you are Machiavellian? Because those are dark triad is 3 traits, and I'll tell you right now, the sociopath or not the narcissism actually works better for you than any of those other traits. Right? Are you more narcissistic? guys who are going to give you shit no matter what. Guys are going to try to. There's one thing that I think a lot of people don't talk about. They talk about AMOGs all the time. Alpha male of group. That's where MOG came from. He's chin mogging me, man.
Brain mogging you.
Brain mogging me. I'm brain mogging. I'm smarter than you, so I'm brain mogging you. What are the other ones? What are the other moggings that there are? That's funny as fuck. But where did that come? Why do they? God, I had to explain that to my wife. I just because the clavicular thing came up, and there's something like, oh, he's mogging this guy, and I'm like, my wife goes, what's mogging? I'm like, oh Jesus, sit down. This is going to take 45 minutes. But it's basically alpha male of group. I wrote about it. It's I have a whole chapter dedicated to. It's called the art of the AMOG in my 5th book in Player's Handbook. There's a whole dedicated chapter to mogging, AMOG, right? What to do when an alpha guy comes in and starts to post up on you. That's essentially what it is. What he's doing with his chin, he's brain mogging me. He's wallet mogging me. Right? If I have a better car than you, is that car mogging you?
Getting height mog.
Height mogging. Yeah, you're right. You're taller. How can you help that? Like, hey man, don't come in here and height mog me. I'm 6'2". You're like 5'4". What the fuck am I supposed to do? Yeah, so like mogging, that's so fucking funny. It's so funny that came out. Remember, alpha male of group, alpha male other guy, however you interchange it.
Yeah.
That came out in the game in 2005. And you got Clav, who's what, 19, 20 years old, talking about that shit now. That's funny. No, guys are always going to be competitive. That's what we do. We are competitive. What did I say before? Men must become, women just are. Men have a burden of performance. When you walk into a room and you are the most ripped guy or the tallest guy, you can't help but have other guys be just a little off put by that, right? That's okay. It's the guys who are obsessive and crazy and stupid about it that are dicks. But the guys who aren't, you just. Do you know how tall Myron Gaines is? Do you know how tall Justin Waller is? Even Mike is like an inch taller than me. He's 6. I'm 5'11", right? I should show you the picture. I have this one shot. It was one of the first pictures I posted of me and Robert Kiyosaki and George Gammon. Mm-hmm. George Gammon is like 6'5".
Yeah, 6'5". Or yeah.
Even if Sean Kelly is like 6'5".
Yeah, Sean Kelly's tall.
He's tall as fuck, man. And I'm in between him and Robert Kiyosaki, who's got to be like 6'3", 6'2".
6'2", 6'3", yeah.
So a lot of these guys, very successful dudes, tend to be pretty tall. I have to say, I have noticed a definite physiognomy that goes along with all of this. But I took a picture and I was in between Robert Kiyosaki and George Gammon. And I posted it up and people go, what are you, 5'4"? I knew he was a manlet. I'm like, no, dude, I'm 5'11". These guys are just super fucking tall. So sometimes you can't help that. So in a way, yes, I guess it is kind of normal. Last one here. If all women get upset with gold diggers for giving up the game, doesn't that make all women gold diggers to some degree? Yes. Yes, it does. I wouldn't say gold diggers. They're all gold diggers because I think gold diggers are the ones that are overt about it. They're the ones who give away the game. They're the ones women want to say, keep it down, keep it down. But really, it doesn't matter now because hypergamy is out in the open now. So calling a woman a gold digger is just like, yeah, and the only people we call gold diggers are the egregious, the most like over the top bitches that like, oh my God. Like, what is it? Isn't Robert De Niro's like, he's like 80 and the chick he's with is like, 27. Like, pretty overt. But does that make them all gold diggers or prostitutes? No, I wouldn't say that necessarily, but I will say this: all women are opportunistic when it comes to sexual selection. And again, that's me making an observation. That is not me complaining about it. That is not me crying about it. That is not me being butthurt about it. I'm just telling you that's the way it is. Women are opportunistic. Women will not allow themselves to make an emotional investment in a man unless he checks certain boxes. What are those boxes based on? That criteria for those boxes, the laundry list of prerequisites, they're based on opportunism. And that's okay. My basis is, are you hot and are you DTF? You know what? Women still can't get that. Right? That must be a very rare commodity for women, because it's so hard to make that determination, right? Like, I mean, that's for like the initial getting together. Like, men, for the most part, they're not making their sexual selection or who they want to be romantically involved with, the intimacy thing. They're not making those decisions. They're not vetting based on the same opportunism that women are. Does he have a job? Is he good looking? Does he have this? Does he have that? Now, granted, sometimes that opportunism might be, is he hot, and is he, do I want to fuck him? And we're in Cancun, and is the foam cannon running, right? That might be all the boxes that he needs to check at that time in her life. But trust me, it's based on assessments of opportunism for women. Women will not allow themselves to get in a relationship or make an emotional investment in a man unless he at least clicks off the first 3 or 4 of those things, right? He doesn't have to have all the 436 bullet points, right? He's got to have at least the top 4. Men, is she hot? Is she DTF? Is she available? That's why I keep stressing availability, right? Because if there's any kind of manipulation going on, those are manipulative games. There's one manipulative game that women are very, very good at, and it's presenting the appearance that they are available. They're hot and they're available. Well, that's not manipulating. You're the ones that are going out and liking all their pictures and everything. I'm like, yeah, because they're there. Because women understand that. Women are very, if not more so, more manipulative than men are. Very few men possess the skills and the attraction and the arousal potential to really manipulate a woman. 80% of men don't fuck. 80% of men are unattractive. And the 20% of guys, not the fuck, maybe the 4.5% of guys that women really, really want to get with, yeah, they can be manipulative. But they're not manipulative because they're just fucking other bitches. That's not manipulating. He's just being prudent. He's just exploring his options. The guys who are in the 20 percentile, whatever it is, the 20% that are there. That's God, do I have to explain that again? Because the 80% rule is just, it's the most misunderstood fucking thing in the universe. I heard Chris Williamson just butcher this recently. Okay, Chris, listen up. Everybody, children, gather around. Come here, listen here. Uncle Rollo is going to tell you how the 80-20 rule actually works. 100% of women are interested in the top 4.5% of men. That's it. It should be the 104.5% rule. That's what it should really be. That's what they're looking for. Now, when we talk about 80-20, it's not really the Pareto principle. So just get the Pareto principle and push that out of your fucking head, okay? 80% of men are deemed or classified or characterized or termed as unattractive to 100% of women, or whatever the poll sample was. That sample, 80% of men are deemed unattractive. Does that mean that the 20% of men that are left over are attractive? No. It just means they're not unattractive. Okay? So those are the ones that women are like, maybe if he had a good job, maybe after he finished his college, maybe after he makes partner in the law firm, maybe after, like, there's got to be some sort of value added. That's how hypergamy works, by the way. Hypergamy never seeks its own level. It always looks for the bigger and better deal. And I'm talking about this in the female sense because hypergamy is only a female dynamic, and that's a hill I will die on. You want to argue at with me or debate me, I will kill you on that debate. Hypergamy is exclusively a female thing because women have attraction floors. Men do not have attraction floors. That simple fact alone means only women are hypergamous, okay? Because no one's ugly after 2 a.m. for guys. Guys will go slump busting. Guys are opportunistic fuckers, okay? Guys will, a guy who's a 6 is overjoyed to be fucking a 7. But after 2 a.m. and the chick's a 5 or a 4.5, or she was it, let me kill Mr. from Motorhead. He's like, I've never fucked an unattractive woman, but I've woken up with quite a few. That's that. But pretty much that's the attraction. There's no attraction floor, right? Women have an attraction floor. So a woman will at gunpoint, she might get with a guy who like she's a 7. She might get with a 6 if, you know, she's drunk or it's some sort of, you know, physical extenuating circumstance. But most women don't even want to get with if a chick's a 7, she doesn't want to get with another 7. She wants to get with an 8 or a guy who's a 7 who presents himself as an 8 or perceptually seems like he's an 8, right? Or he's a 7.5 because he drives a good car, or he has a good job, or he has something. There's something else that's value added that pushes him a little bit above. He's got like Mike will say it's status, which I agree. Pre-selection, there could be a number of factors that take him from a 7 to a 7.5, maybe push him towards the 8 category, right? Boom, there you go. Women will not and do not go below that attraction floor. That's why only women are hypergamous. Take that home, and that's your take-home test. That's your homework, children. So when the next time somebody says, "Oh, well, don't you think men are hypergamous too?" No, fuck you. It's the attraction floor thing. Okay, very simple observation. Okay, so with that in mind, the 20% and the 80% guys are invisible. They're unattractive. They're as Homath would say, they are not people. I love that. But again, this is like I love it when Homath puts this in like cartoons so people can like understand it better. But like he's just basically breaking stuff down that we've been talking about since 2010 or 2012. Thank you for your contribution, for sure. I love it. You know, it's awesome. It's funny. It's humorous. It's engaging. I love it. But the graphs of like the men in blue and the women in pink, and they're like, you know, the little lines that go up to the thing, that was made in like 2010. You know that, right? Because people have been talking about it since that long. But so that's the 80-20 4.5% rule. 4.5%, according to Dr. David Buss and other studies as well, of men are the men that are attractive enough that women will initiate something with. That's why I brought up Justin Waller at the Mexican restaurant, because Justin is most definitely in that 4.5%. So is Jason Momoa. So is Alan Richardson. Do I want to have gay sex with them too? No. I'm just pointing out the obvious here, and women will confirm this because would you like me to show you the TikTok video again of that woman in the car talking about the 3 kinds of guys that I just described to you right now? You don't take my word for it. Take a million other girls on TikTok who are confirming exactly in the FEMOSFERA that are confirming exactly the same thing I'm saying right now. TikTok, believe them. Yeah. So that's yes. How can gay sex? There it is. This is the show. Gay sex with Jason Momoa show. Gosh, we haven't got to. Where's my Lisa Sparks guy? We're not at the 3-hour mark. He'll show up at the 3-hour mark.
I already got him.
Oh, you did? You already booted him? Ah, shit. Damn it. Wait, okay. He did come up, so I'll give him this. Here you go. That's us. God. I need somebody to do me with like Reagan Fox or Brandy Love, or I'm trying to think who else. Sophie Marie would be a good one. I'm trying to think of the MILFs that I can name, like I know by name. Alexis Fox. I know Alexis Fox. I know her personally. So give me at the very least, give me Alexis Fox. Thank you. Watch. By the time this show's over, I'll look at my email and I'll be stuffed with fucking Alexis Fox pictures. Anyway, so let's move on here. I got through those things, and this is, so people asked me to do this, so I'm gonna run through this too, because I thought this is a very good video. I think it's a little hypercritical of the manosphere, and I think there's a lot of sort of misunderstandings here, but I think it's not done with malice. I think it's done with just simply not really understanding what the manosphere is really about. So this is
seem to care more about getting laid than they care about their rights. And right now, it's like men are second-class citizens to.
Yeah, that's the buildup. Let me push past this real quick here.
Your space, blowing up.
Be anonymous?
Yeah, because I was kind of worried about being canceled or being 86 from certain places. Because this stuff was really controversial when it first started coming out.
No, this is not Rob Henderson. This is John from he has a podcast, but he does a man on the street kind of thing. It's called. You'll see him on TikTok. You'll see him on Instagram Reels. Sometimes you'll see him on Twitter as well. I see him get reposted on Twitter. He's a good dude. I've done shows with him before. I would like to do I'd like to do a full on show with him at some point, like maybe me and Mike. But he's in Vegas. He's the man on the street kind of thing, and he he basically goes and I've said this about he kind of takes Fresh and Fit to the streets. He goes and takes a lot of those issues and a lot of those questions, and sometimes it's sort of like, if this is true, then why is this true? Like that's the kind of like the premise of a lot of his stuff that he talks about, but it's all based in sort of like red pill manosphere, like intersexual dynamics, sort of paradoxes, I think. And when he can ask, he's actually, I've seen him, he's interviewed, or he's done man on the street kind of videos with Torsha. He's done them with Owen Cook from RSD. I'm trying to think who else he's had on there, but he doesn't say Owen Cook from RSD. It's just like some random dude. And so like, but Owen's one of my, he does it with recognizable dudes. But and this is on Sean Kelly's Digital Social Hour.
Right. And then now that you've got the whole, red pill manosphere space, blowing up all over the internet, I mean, they're saying stuff that's even way more outrageous than anything I'm even saying. So I kind of feel more safe to kind of show.
That's how I felt. I started the show 3 years ago. I felt like it was a little more safe. Biden was just ending his presidency, and there was a lot of censorship under him. So I felt like the timing was right for me to kind of emerge, And
wait a minute, hold on. We need the beanie to come off so we can call you Morpheus. Well, you know what it'll cost you. Still haven't got that grand yet. I'm still working on that grand.
Now it's like you could say whatever you want.
I mean, they're saying, repeal the 19th Amendment. They're saying, send women back to the kitchen. I mean, they're saying crazy stuff that I don't go quite that far, but a lot of, rage baiting content is, what gets the clicks right now. So
yeah, I feel like cancel culture is pretty much dead other than the PDF stuff, like the Epstein stuff. If you're
yeah, ask all of the YouTubers who just had their channels demonetized just like yesterday or the day before because the algorithm has changed. I see this. There's a ton of these in Twitter right now. These guys who are running like animation channels, or it's a sports channel, or it's a kids channel, like children's content stuff, are getting demonetized. And we're talking about channels that have been around for 12 years because something is wrong with the YouTube algorithm right now, and it demonetized them. And if you've ever had to deal with YouTube, it's like you might as well just start over because they don't give two shits about you, man. But there's something wrong with the algorithm. So I will say this: cancel culture is not as dead as you probably think it is.
Thought on that. Like, there's some people getting really canceled right now.
Sure.
Peter Attia, if you know him, he's a doctor. There were some wild names on that list, but I feel like you could come back from most things, but that's like the line for everyone. The PDF stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people are kind of like pushing the edge of the Overton window. How far can we, be on the scale of what is actually, cancelable at this point. So.
Yeah, but you've been doing this for how many years now?
This is about 6 years now.
Wow, that's a long time. Not many people make it that long.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Have you kind of adjusted the style over time, or?
When I first started, it was more just kind of like loose, open conversations, and now it's kind of more like question answer, and I try to make it concise. Some of the earlier stuff was a little more like gotcha, and now I'm kind of just like, and I was challenging mostly feminists, but then I also realized that conservatives are also a big part of the problem, also known as tradcons, and there's also a lot of issues that I have with just the red pill and the manosphere space. I think that is in a lot of ways working against itself. So
you got smoke with everyone.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think everybody needs a little bit of pushback and needs to be challenged, because I think a lot of these influencers, they're kind of talking at people. They're not talking to people.
Yeah, I've come to almost a similar conclusion, because I was definitely against feminists maybe like 5 years ago when red pill was really emerging. I would even label myself red pill 5 years ago.
Sure.
But now I feel like the red pill is a little too much.
A lot of people almost want to call themselves red pill adjacent, or they kind of want to distance themselves from the red pill. So it's kind of like, what is pushing people away from it? And if we're getting away from red pill, what's the next incarnation? Like, where are we headed?
For sure. Yeah, I wonder why it's had such a downfall, because it was really hot during the pandemic. Red pill.
Yeah,
it was huge.
It's been around long before the pandemic, Sean, but. Don't take my word for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I noticed even in my views, I mean, my stuff was blowing up, and now, I mean, I've had people in my comment section saying, what's happened to your channel? The algorithm isn't favoring you. Are you shadow banned? That's been happening with a lot of creators. I mean, there was a lot of demonetizations, all sorts of stuff. So I don't know if there's censorship going on or really what's happening, but I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
And the answer is yes. Yes, there is.
And that's why I do my interviews, because I'm just trying to just ask questions to everybody and say, what is true, what's factual, and what is just basically propaganda.
Yeah. Have you seen a lot of shifts in the 6-year period with mindset when it comes? You interview mainly women, right?
Yes. Well, I would say that a lot of the women that I talk to, they still continue to blame men. They say, like the male loneliness epidemic is self-inflicted. Men created the system. They made their own problems. And it's just, I don't know, in some ways, I think that there are some women I talk to who do show a little bit of empathy for the struggles that men go through, but some just, dig in and go even deeper into the misandry that we've been seeing.
Yeah, pretty much every girl he interviews on the street. Like, I don't know if he was the one that started this, but I know he's done this before where he's gone, hey, do we need men? and every woman's like, fuck no, man, what do we need them for? We're fine without them. And then he asks, hey, guys, ask men, like, do we need women? Yeah, of course, they're beautiful. We need them, and like what I just showed you guys like earlier on the stats between like how the favorable opinion, the percentage of like women who are, this is in the UK, I think, but favorable opinion of men versus women. And you're looking at 73% of guys have a favorable opinion of women, and something like 21% of women have a favorable opinion of men. That right there should be the canary in the coal mine, I think.
Yeah. I wonder if they can truly have empathy because they can't put themselves in our shoes.
I mean, I think the world would be a much better place if everyone could put themselves in someone else's shoes. But
yeah, easier said than done.
Right, let's stop sucking each other's dicks. Hang on a second. I love this. The Red Bill came too much course selling and bullshit. Okay, who's selling courses? I mean, I have my group, my Reignite group, but I'm not selling courses per se. Mike has a group of guys that is MOA, but it's not really coursework. See, that's the thing is like who's selling? What's the product? Like who's selling this stuff? Are you just specifically referring to Andrew Tate and HS Tiki Taki or something like that? I would like to know like what the coursework is and who's doing it, because that's not what I'm seeing. Even the podcasters that I know, like even just guys who would consider themselves quote unquote red pill adjacent. Even what's his name? No Fugazi guy. I forget the dude's name. He's not doing coursework. He's just doing a show, right? That's the thing is everybody will say, oh, these guys are just all on the take. And it's like, well, do you understand how much it costs to do a podcast today, especially one that is the caliber of Fresh and Fit per se? Like that's a lot of overhead right now. I'm just saying.
I'm not right for most people.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll ever reach that point in society.
Well, I mean, it just depends on framing, how you frame certain issues. I mean, obviously women are emotional. And so you can kind of try to say, okay, is this the equivalent of this? You know what I mean? I don't know, if we switch bodies, I've asked women before. I said, if you feel like if you feel like women struggle more than men, would you be willing to trade places with a man?
That's a good question. And most say no, right?
A lot of them. Well, yeah, that's kind of but I mean, there was like this really famous video about, I think her name was Nora Vincent, and she was a lesbian who decided to disguise herself and live, I think, for a full year as a man. And a lot of the Manosphere creators actually talked about her story, and she ended up self-deleting. She kind of just went through a whole traumatic experience and, just living life as a man. And what I find interesting is that a lot of the Manosphere creators have talked about, her experience and how hard it was, but then they still want men to embrace the same masculinity that, drove her to madness, essentially.
Yeah, interesting.
So
yeah, I gotta look into that. I haven't.
Well, you can look at it in that sense too. I think a lot of people, like when they like, especially, you kind of remember that the guys who are like content creators, such as myself or Mike or Brian or Rich Cooper, I'm just like throwing out names here, Jack Napier, when the guys who are doing like real red pill content, the guys who are actually in the trenches, the guys who are the research and development department, that does not include the Tates, that does not include like the usual suspects. Okay. When you look at the guys who are actually doing the work, there's a qualitative difference between what you're going to hear on this show, just for sake of argument, than the the reactionary stuff, than the stuff that's going to be like, yeah, fuck girls. Look, here's proof. Here's proof that it's harder for men than women, because a woman tried to be a man and she ended up offing herself. And so they want to use that as sort of like this, like a lever. They want to use it as a bludgeon to say, oh, see, we got it worse. That's really all, if there was anything even like that. I mean, it's sad that she ended up offing herself, but it's also, do we know what her like mental state was before she even did this? Was it the switching over that drove her to madness, or was there something else that was she thinking about being trans? Like, was there something else that she had going on? Nobody asks those questions. They only look at the fact that like she tried to be a dude, and it really was so depressing that she, became despondent, right? We don't ask those questions because it fills out a narrative for us. And whether that narrative is, oh, well, it confirms something in the manosphere, or it's, aha, see, a girl got hers. It's comeuppance, right? But that's not the red pill. That's just being a dick. That's I'll say validation, but it's affirming an ideology. It's affirming a perspective for these guys. And when you have an immature autistic perspective, then yeah, it seems silly. But to say that that's the majority, to say that perspective defines the red pill or the manosphere or whatever you want to call it, like that niche, to say that it defines that space is just fucking disingenuous, man.
I heard that one. Mm-hmm. So she ended her own life, or
she ended her own life. Wow. But I know that like there are other big creators who have, said, we want to just, pay our respects to Nora Vincent. And so it's kind of like, okay, but you're saying that you want men to still kind of like go through the same awful experiences that she went through that drove her to madness. So it's kind of, I don't know, I just see a little bit of a contradiction or
I don't see how that's
possible. That is interesting. When it comes to the manosphere and the red pill, what's your biggest gripe with these guys? Like people like Sartain, Fresh and Fit, like those types of shows?
I think that the biggest issue is I think it's just become this grift. Mm-hmm. And I look at it as mainly just gynocentric cope. It's basically, if you're going to tell me that looks maxing isn't a cope, when women had to go through all these, ridiculous beauty standards, they got eating disorders and, that was a big problem. Mm-hmm. But now we're going to do bone smashing and we're going to reconstruct our face. Or
okay,
let's
go. Okay, so here's point number one. Okay, Kyle, in the time you have known me, have you ever heard me mention, you know what? I think we need to add bone smashing and tapping our jaws with a hammer. We need to add that to our stack. Have I ever said anything like that? Have you ever heard Mike Sartain say anything like that? I'll wait. No,
once.
Because we know it's horse shit. If anything, like here's where me and Mike kind of almost differ a little bit. I'm very pro looks, but I'm not a looks maxer. I also know that it doesn't necessarily, height is a big deal. Everybody loses their mind on being height mogging, right? Or guys want to break their shins and then get, the surgery so they get an extra inch of height or something like that. And it's like, well,
then everything having to be cope.
Okay. The reason why you know about that stuff, the reason why that scene, this must be the manosphere. That's not the manosphere. That's fucking kids, man. That's like it's what I don't know if you saw this. I think I might have sent you the video. There's a couple of videos going around right now. One of them I passed on to Fresh. It's about how these big name influencers are basically buying their views. And they looked this up because Kick is funding the view farms, basically. So what essentially what's going on with Clavicular right now, Clavicular had for the month of March and April, had 2 billion with a B billion views as a result of having them being paid for through view farms, right? How does that work? Well, it's very similar to what Andrew Tate did in 2022, only he did it on his own rather than have some sort of like corporate, systematic, industrialized way of doing this, right? There are Discord servers that will, and the guy mentioned the name of it. I'm just going to say there's Discord servers, there's user groups where you can get together and you can make bids to be sort of one of these farmers. You know, so if you want to farm for Clavicular or Aiden Ross, who's also like the second most like view farmed account, doesn't matter who they are. It could be influencers. It doesn't have to be the Manosphere even. But Clavicular is at the top of the heap with 2 billion views, and he has, was it 1,610 separate accounts that are basically doing the farming for him. There is no way you're not gonna hear about bone smashing and everything else. So to say that it's some sort of mass, everybody, hey, Manosphere, hey, Red Pill guys, let's all get together and talk about this bone smashing thing and this looks maxing thing. And that's going to be part of our platform, like our political platform suddenly, right? Nobody's doing that. And the only reason why you see that is because you can't help but seeing that, because they have gamed the algorithm. It's exactly, and you quote me on this. Go back and look at the videos I was doing in August of 2022 when Andrew Tate got deplatformed by big tech. Like within a week, with 3 days, within 3-day period, he loses his Stripe account. He loses all of his payment processors. He loses his YouTube. He loses all of it, all of his TikToks and all of the supporting accounts that were rebroadcasting his stuff. Because what he did was he essentially, crowdsourced his own popularity. And what's funny is they were paying him to do it. That's the one thing that Tate has on Clavicular. He got people to pay for the privilege of making him the most Googled, most notorious motherfucker in the world in 2022, until YouTube and the rest of these guys realized that the algorithm had been gamed. So what they're doing is entirely legal. They just get enough guys to do it. It's this, what was the AMC Theater and GameStop thing that went on in 2021?
Oh, that's r/bets or
it was there's a name for it though. There's actually a documentary about it where they got all of the they crowdsourced everybody to buy and hold the stock of GameStop and AMC Theaters and Eat the Rich. Is that what it was? GameStop Saga. There was actually a name for it though. It's not like The Big Short. It's something else. Like Game Short or Short Stop or something like that. But anyways, you know who was instrumental in that? You know who got a spot in that documentary? Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate was part of that, and I don't think enough people really remember that whole thing. And it was essentially deep
Wall Street Bets and Superstock.
That whole thing. And so what happens is like Robinhood like bans the trade of those stocks because and why? Well, because they gamed the system. They didn't do anything illegal. They just said everybody hold this stock, and they did it. It ended up fucking the guys in Wall Street as a result of that. And that was the whole purpose of it, right? Some people made a lot of money off of it, but really the intent was just to fuck people over. Yeah. But so what does Andrew Tate do? He takes that as the model to market the War Room back in the day when it was called the War Room. It's the Real World or some shit like that now. So he did that, and that's so from the time right about February or March of 2022, right up until August of 2022, he was bringing in millions of dollars just on the membership. So what you did is you signed up for a membership at the War Room, and that gave you the licensure to go and rebroadcast his video. So there was like all these subcontractors to boost his signal on YouTube, and that's why he became like this super huge popular deal that he was at the time, and all because it was just astroturfed is what it was. Well, guess what? Now we do that on an industrial scale through Kick and through these Discord servers to get Aiden Ross and Clavicular and God knows who else. Clavicular in particular, 2 billion paid views. So you can pay for views, and that's why whenever you see Clavicular running over some kid in his Cybertruck and nothing happens, he's a product. When he goes to ASU and he gets arrested for for using a fake ID to get into some bar or something like that, and nothing happens to him, he's a product. When he overdoses on whatever he did recently in Miami, who God knows what it was, and they carry him out to he doesn't go to an ambulance. They carry him out to some like SUV or something. He overdosed. Oh my God! Pray for hold good thoughts for Clavicular. You know, we're going to have a vigil, we're going to candlelight vigil for clavicular. It's all because they're astroturfing him. It's all paid. Who's paying for it? Well, we think it might be Peter Thiel, but according to this guy, it's actually Kick, because Kick is paying to get that out there because he's Kick exclusive or something like that. You'll still see his content rebroadcast on other platforms, but his primary place is Kick, right? And so according to the guy who's doing this, sort of expose on all of this, it's Kick is paying down the money to the rebroadcasters on the Discord servers. Like in Clav's case, it's 1,610 of these guys, individuals that are boosting his signal over and over and over again. It's essentially exactly gaming the algorithm like Andrew Tate did until August of 2022. So John, I love you. I really do. This is not a flame. I respect you. I like what you do. I think your heart's in the right place. But the only reason you know about Clav and looks maxing and the idea that you would want to in any way associate it with the Red Pill or myself or Mike Sartain or anything like that, it's only because you only know Clav because it's 2 billion paid views. Seriously, because he's a product.
You're going to complain about something called hoflation. Men have to work 5 times harder than their grandfathers did, for women 20 times worse, and yet everyone's advice is just boss up, level up, self-improvement. You're essentially telling men to work 5 times harder. So why are you promoting the very thing that we're complaining about? And so
because that's the nature of the game. It always has been, and it always will be. Don't wish it were easier, wish you were better. That doesn't mean kill yourself. That doesn't mean bend over backwards and just do insane shit like breaking your face and, what microdosing methamphetamine or
dioxin.
Yeah, like popping Anavar and saying it's for your cortisol levels. But the nature of the game doesn't change, okay? And you can exaggerate it, but you don't get to leave.
Look at the whole thing and I say, we need civil rights, not self-improvement. I'm not against the idea of self-improvement, but I would like to see the manosphere focus more on collective action and not individual action.
Okay. That's where we part ways. Because the civil action, I'm not saying that the civil action side or the top-down approach isn't important. Please do. I was just talking about how if you really want to see change with the female teacher student rapists right now, what was my first solution for that? It was, we need to pass legislature so that women who perpetrate that crime get the maximum sentence no matter what, and anyone who is an accessory to that crime, which there are a lot, like the other faculty members who know about this crime and are essentially accessories to it, should also face very stiff penalties and prison time for it. I said, hey, maybe we should, I don't know how we'd go about doing that, but it seems to me like that would be a good way or good solution to at least in some way limit that, to be a deterrent maybe. Okay, so fine, I can make those suggestions. Is that ever going to happen? No. Technically, repealing the 19th Amendment would also, I would think, qualify as civil action. But you just said that, you think that it's stupid for red pill guys to, or I've never said this, but there's a lot of other people who have. Repeal the 19th, repeal the 19th. Okay, and then what? It's you're never repealing the 19th is it's a stupid buzzword. It's something to shout. It's not going to happen. It's untenable because it won't be women that fight you the most. It'll be men that fight you the most. And is it going to have the desired overall effect? No. Well, if you're going to talk about how offensive it is that men would suggest of repealing the 19th, well, is that not a civil action? You would have to go to the, make an amendment. You'd have to go to the Supreme Court to repeal that. That would be a civil action. So why is that wrong? But other civil actions, like what do you suggest? How do you think you're going to make things better for men by civil action? What do you suggest? What's tell me what the plan is. Maybe I'm on board with it. I don't know, but I don't think that that's the best way to approach things. I've always been the bottom up guy, not the top down guy. Okay. Each one tell one. You create change through social action. You create change by working from the ground up, by grassroots. That's every great political change, every political movement has been started at the personal level. You start there. That's what each one tell one. That's why I work with Mike, because Mike works on an individual basis with each guy's on whatever their individual problems are. And yes, it is very much performance based, because male performance hierarchy is what it is. It's an evolutionary fact. So I get it. I understand the desire to want to do some sort of civil action, or to in some way, initiate change that way. But that's, again, he's going to get into this later on. That's one of the biggest failings, I think, that the MRAs have done since day one. And how have they been effective about it? They've been talking about the same shit for years. Hell, before I was even on the scene, there was MRAs back in the 90s. What's happened since then? It can't be that effective a group if they're still talking about it and bitching about the same thing and saying we need to take civil actions. I'll just let him continue more, because I know what he's going to say.
There's way too much blame on men, and they want to frame it as if you're not this super macho, masculine alpha male, that automatically means you want to put on a dress and wear makeup. There's no in between. It's just framed as this binary. It's this bubblegum thinking. It's either this or it's that.
No, that's Andrew Tateism. That's not the red pill. Do you need to do better? Yeah, you do. Do you need to? Are you a sissy if you don't if you can't bench 225? And you don't eat if you're not Jocko Willink or you're not Dan Bilzerian and you don't eat raw, filet mignon every day? No, don't exaggerate. Don't go over the top here. Nobody's saying that. Do you need to do better? Do you need to? You will only get what you've gotten if you keep doing what you've done. How's that? Does that sound like a good premise? Because I think it is. I think it's doing better every day, being better than you were before. What is wrong? I don't understand why that would. Why would you not put effort into self-improvement if you also are putting effort into civil progress? I don't know.
And I've heard influencers say things like, men are superior to women in every possible way.
That's Myron Gaines. I don't think anybody else has mentioned that, but be that as it may, I would not get behind that.
But then we're also a bunch of, broke losers living in a basement. So which is it? Are we exceptional because we're men, or are we a bunch of losers? So it's just, there's so many inconsistencies. It doesn't make sense. And nobody ever pushes back on these people because they surround themselves with their own people.
Yeah.
And so it's just this one big echo chamber.
That's why I think the debate format's pretty useful these days.
Yeah, I appreciate that you're doing that. But a lot of times, it's like they use biology, evolutionary biology, or evolutionary psychology to kind of justify everything. Women can't be held accountable because of their female nature. Well, then why is everyone trying to change men?
No one has ever, to my knowledge, you will never hear those words come out of my mouth or Mike Sartain's mouth, since we've been mentioned by name. You're never going to hear that. And I realize he's been talking to Paul Elam, because this is all basically Paul Elam's rhetoric, because I think John is sort of taking up this MRA kind of thing. And just, evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology is not what you think it is. No, but it's enough to create a predictive framework, and it's reliable. Is it 100% accurate? No, but it's 89% accurate. And it's not doom and gloom, and it has nothing to do with that. But okay, well, what do you suggest? How else should we base our understanding of human nature and female nature, men's nature, intersexual dynamics? What other information source should we be using? And he's not going to mention this, but I know Paul Elam has just suddenly taken the God pill. That's why he doesn't want to talk anything with EVO in front of it is the devil, right? I think again, it's inconvenient. The information is tough to parse, man. Now, do people take that to the nth degree? Do they take that and go overboard with it? Yeah, sure they do, because they don't have a full understanding of it. But when we talk about, hell, he just said a minute ago, women are emotional. Where did that come from? Evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology. You're just agreeing with that, but now it's unreliable, and now that's the basis of it, and it shouldn't be the basis of it. But you quoted something about women's nature that is very, very empirically provable through evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology. Shit, why don't we throw out sociology, anthropology, neurology, endocrinology, whatever else ology you can come up with, and just completely, are we going to throw away science altogether? Because if that's the case, I want to know what the basis of understanding male nature, female nature, and the confluence of the two should begin with. If you don't think that has any merit to it. Because really what it's going to be is we all need the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or the Bhagavad Gita, or I don't know what Hindus read. So we're going to go back to mysticism that we criticize in women and power crystals and Burning Man. That's the next thing. It's what should it be based on?
Why can't we just
goes
say
both ways, yeah.
Right. And so it's just, when I started interviewing feminists, it was always questioning the double standards in feminism.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of double standards in the manosphere, red pill space.
That's true.
Of course there
So why are we not calling that out? And what ends up happening is a lot of times also when they say these ridiculous things like repeal the 19th, women shouldn't vote, get back in the kitchen, you're only making any legitimate male advocacy look terrible. Like now you're basically giving feminists the ammunition to just label us all a bunch of misogynists.
Yeah. But what you're also, which is exactly what you're doing here, John, is you're using the rhetoric of one or two people who happen to be in the manosphere and saying, this is what the whole movement is about. This is what everything has devolved into. This is what the red pill has become. It's become repeal the 19th, get back in the kitchen, bitch, and make more babies. No. Has that ever come out of my mouth? In fact, the opposite has come out of my mouth when it comes to the repeal the 19th thing, because I think it's ludicrous, because it's untenable. Come up and let's think of something else. But you're the one that wanted to talk about civil action. Wouldn't that be the first place to start for the MRAs? Is to repeal the night. You would think that they would be leading the charge on the repeal the 19th thing, because it's all about top down, right? It's all about making civil change and go, let's go march on Washington, because it makes sense from a political perspective. It would make sense to repeal the 19th. And I would think that you would be the loudest voices in all of that. Because what would happen if you took away, or let's not even say repeal the 19th. What if you made voting based on your skin in the game? Like a real true republic, right? You don't get to vote unless you do military service, unless you contribute to society in some meaningful way, like public service, or you're a firefighter or policeman, whatever. You make it based on a merit, voting rights, voting whatever is not it's an earned privilege, not a particular right. Right? You have the ability to affect change in your government because you are a contributing member to that fucking government in the first place. What if would that be a principle that we should pursue rather than repeal the 19th? Both of those, by the way, are equally untenable, but I'm throwing that out there because it seems like that would be a more logical way to approach things rather than just a blanket term and say, well, we should just take away we need to take away women's rights. That's where I will lock horns with Turd Flinging Monkey, because I agree with him. I know what would happen. I get it. I understand why that rhetoric comes around. I totally understand. And I don't necessarily disagree. What I disagree with is it's untenable. Why are we even discussing this? It's stupid, because no one's going to do this. No one has a political will to do this. No one's motivated enough to do this, and certainly not the MRAs. Because they've been trying to affect, social change since the early 90s, actually probably even before that. What's happened? Nothing. It's a fart in the wind. Paul Elam is one voice of many that have come before him in the MRA movement. And you know how effectual they were? Fuck all. Because if they were, you would know what they are. You would know their names better. One of the things I've wondered, I've asked this before. He's going to talk about Cassie J and the Red Pill documentary movie here in a bit, right? And the thing is here's a real question. Maybe John can answer this for me. Why is it that I know more female names when it comes to the MRAs than I know male names. I know Cassie J. I know Christina Hoff Summers. I know Janice Fiamengo. I know Karen Strawn. I know Bettina Ardent or whatever. There's probably some other ones I'm missing, but the most notorious, Cassie J. I'd throw in there, the most notorious names from the MRA side of things right now are female. Hell, I would even throw Helen Andrews on there, right? Because she's female and she gets to speak her mind. These guys don't. They have to have Cassie J, a woman, do a documentary for them to get their message across. That's how ineffectual the MRM is. That's how ineffectual these guys have been. So where's it going? What progress are you making here? Like, you're going to criticize me and Mike. Hey, at least we've got our own groups. At least we're putting hands out. We're trying to help guys. We're doing it on a by-person basis. We're not doing it just because they're trying to get their dicks wet. We're trying to help them rebuild lives. We're trying to educate and equip these guys with red pill awareness, right? With Evo Bio and Evo Psych, right? We're actually going out there doing something and making differences in men's lives. We're keeping the guns out of their mouths and we're keeping the nooses off their necks. And Mike does Mike go and take his guys out into the clubs? Fuck yeah, he does. But they're better off for it. They understand things better. They understand male nature, their own nature, women's nature. They're good at it. They get better at it. They are making progress as a result of that. Can you say that the MRM has made a lot of progress? Maybe I'm just unaware of it. I don't know.
And, I'll challenge people, but I'm not trying to basically attack and belittle. I mean, it could be perceived that way sometimes, but I mean, you want to get mad at a question, but I mean, I'm not. And then we hear these other things like, well, since men are physically stronger, we can all come together and take away women's rights. I think this is called the force doctrine.
Yeah, repeal the 19th.
Repeal the 19th. We could take away women's rights.
Okay, let's stop right there, because he's not going to mention Andrew Wilson by name, but this is a conversation that I've had with Andrew and I've had with other people too. And I don't really talk about it because it's a little more too specifically political, but I'll get into it just real briefly here, just so I can correct some misconceptions here. The force doctrine is not force doctrine. What it is it's exploring and understanding the nature of rights. Okay. Rights in general. So when women, especially, I remember, once again, I'll tell you again, when I was on Dr. Phil, and I had that one girl in the audience to say, we need to fight for women's rights. Now, of course, you're a man, you're a red pill guy. You know what comes next. What rights do women have what rights don't women have now? You could have heard a pin drop in that audience. Nobody said shit. They could not, because they couldn't come up with anything, because really women have exactly, if anything, women have more rights than men. And I can point those out just by, I can just say selective services, right? We can get into that conversation as well. So I can talk about the rights thing, but what really he's getting to, it's not about the force doctrine. We need to force these bitches to take away their rights. That's not what was being discussed. It was the nature of rights. The nature of rights is this, is that your rights are only exist just as a concept. Like Andrew Wilson will say, well, it's because of God. It's a divine thing. It's a godly thing. And I will be much more, maybe, okay, whatever. But I would be much more practical about that. And he knows this too, and he's said this before, is that the only reason you even have rights is because there are violent men who are willing to enforce those rights, right? It's the Robert Heinlein thing, right? The violence is the supreme authority from which all other authority is derived, okay? That is the fundamental principle of rights. You can say, well, I've got a right to free speech. I've got a right to own a gun. I've got a right to whatever. You go down the first through 12th amendments, whatever your Bill of Rights. Go through the Bill of Rights, and all of those rights are dependent on one thing. Someone's got to enforce those rights. There's got to be violent dudes who will say, if you don't obey these rules, we're going to come and put you in jail, or we're going to fuck you up, or we're going to go to war with you because this is the way we believe. These are the boundaries of our society. This is what we've set out. This is the rights that you have as one of the members of our nation, which is really just a great, big, gigantic tribe, right? You have these because if somebody tries to step on you, here's your right. Your right is this. Your right is that. Nobody gets to ever step on your feet. Okay. Some dude comes and steps on your feet. Somebody has to be there to smack that motherfucker in the face, right? Because otherwise that guy's going to keep stepping on people's feet over and over and over and over again. And so when you look at the principle of rights, rights only exist insofar as there are people who are willing to enforce them. He got it. Like Andrew Wilson got into this conversation with Tim Pool. Tim Pool was like, he didn't understand it. Well, we have rights. What do you mean rights? We have rights. Rights are rights, you know? But he's like, what's the concept of a right? Like, where did that come from? Really, it comes from the Enlightenment thinkers of the Enlightenment age, like Thomas Hobbes and the French Enlightenment, but like Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, right? Were the ones who, that's why we have a basis of rights in the United States. But those rights are only effective insofar as people willing to enforce those rights. That's all it comes down to. It's not but when you misunderstand that, or you only catch little snippets of like clips here and there of Andrew Wilson saying, oh, well, you know, we should take away women's rights. He's not saying we should take away women's rights. This is the only reason you have rights is because men are here to enforce those rights. You need men. You need guys to be here to take care of business if somebody violates your rights. That's what it comes down to. It's not about force. It's not about like beating up on women.
Well, if men could all come together, why wouldn't we all just come together and just improve our situation? Men don't even have their own rights, and yet we're all going to come together and take away women's rights?
Okay. What would they come together for? I'm not saying that's a bad idea. That's awesome. What's your plan? What would they come together for, and what change would they initiate? What like start with the easiest thing you could possibly think of. We were going to talk about civil action. Oh, okay. What is that? I agree. We should all get to hell. If you think you can pull it off, I'll be happy to organize. Be happy to get guys together. But to do what? To hold women accountable? To like maybe okay. How about this?
Remove marriage from the government.
Yeah, okay, maybe that could be something. We all get together and remove marriage from the government. Or we already know statistically, research has proven constantly over and over again that men or women get more lenient sentencing for the same crimes that men do. Okay, we could get together and advocate for that and push for that for years and years and years on end and hope that our solidarity lasts and we get to the point where we have a unitary standard of judgment or of justice for men and women. But you know what's going to happen? Whenever I talk about the female teacher student rapist, there's some motherfucker in the comments that says, well, he enjoyed it. So was it really a crime?
That's fucking wild.
They want, like, even Rob Henderson and Richard Hanea want to advocate for, well, you know, maybe we should just let the ladies off on this one because the kid probably liked it and she did too. So was it really a crime? Adam Carolla made a joke about it one time. Ha, ha, ha. It's not about that. It's about, do we have a separate standard of justice for women than we do for men? You want to get together and organize for that? I'm on board. I'll be the first one. I'll be the first in line, baby. But it's not going to happen. It's completely untenable. It's just as untenable as repeal the 19th,
It's just, there's so many problems. And so I want to call that out because ultimately I do want to see some actual radical change. One other thing I was going to
What problems? What radical change? Please rattle something off.
mention is that a lot of these guys blame feminism. Feminism is the only problem.
You've got weight loss goals, but hitting them is another story.
If you want,
wait a minute, weight loss goals? I thought we weren't supposed to be concerned about those things.
want to see some actual radical change.
No, I got it. Let me push past this.
Disappeared tomorrow, gynocentrism would still exist. And so you can't just sit here and say, oh, feminism is the problem. No, gynocentrism is the problem. And these other manosphere creators will acknowledge that we live in a gynocentric society, but they'll just throw their hands up and say, that's just, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And they won't, we need to actually have some type of collective action and have some type of legal changes, cultural changes, things like that, instead of just telling men we have to navigate the problem rather than fix the problem.
Okay, so here, this is I understand. I get the gist. I understand the idea of wanting to have some sort of systemic changes, but you're looking at gynocentrism. Like, here's the thing: is you want to change gynocentrism, get a male form of birth control. Boom, done. Advocate for that. See what happens. You think fertility rates are in the fucking toilet now? Wait, just wait till there's something like that. Because what was the one technological invention that led to gynocentrism, that allowed it to flourish at least, right? It was hormonal birth control. What came after that? Well, then you had the free love generation, right? Then you had the sexual revolution. Then you had female empowerment. That's when militant feminism rose up, right? That's when you had Gloria Steinem and what's her face. And that's when you got, and later on you got on-demand abortion. And then, keep going. Like what happened in 1971, right? Keep going, right? It's this snowball effect from one particular invention, one that changed the course of humanity. Okay, guess what? You're not going to get rid of gynocentrism, and you're certainly not going to legislate to get rid of gynocentrism. Do you think for a second you could go over to British Parliament and say, here, I'm a MRA and I've got some ideas for you. We need to fucking throw out all this female-centric shit. We need to throw out all these courses for, fighting misogyny and Andrew Tate and, brainwashing your kids. And we need to get more men. Here's the thing. We need to have quota to have a majority of men in Parliament. How do you think that would fly? And I would agree with it too. I think it's your heart's in the right place. It's going nowhere. It's simply going nowhere. It's like, don't wish it were easier, wish you were better. So working within a gynocentric social order, sometimes you're just going to have to do that. But is it really, are you surrendering to that gynocentric social order by getting in better shape, making more money, and becoming a higher value guy? Is that even gynocentric? If women say, if we already know money, muscles, and game are primary, attractants, they don't even have to be female attractants. How do you up your game individually as a guy? The three most common, deficiencies or proficiencies that men have is money, muscles, and game. Okay. Does that mean if I focus on money, muscles, and game, or one of those or all of those at the same time, does that mean I am like kowtowing to the gynocentric social order? Or am I just being a dude, like doing what everybody did prior to the sexual revolution in the greatest generation and World War II, World War I, the Civil War, whatever? Am I still just following in the footsteps of just conventional masculinity because that's really what it's about? Which, of course, we would have to accept evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology to actually understand that point. But if you're going to say, well, here's what we need to do. We need to tear down gynocentrism. Great, I'm all for it. What's your plan? We need to have a revolution. We need anarchy in the streets. We need Antifa. We need our own form of Antifa. Oh, no. Right? Okay. What do we do after the revolution? How do we rebuild society from the ashes? What's your plan, man? That's what you want to know, why Marxism and socialism and communism and all that other shit fails like horribly. Well, it's based on a fundamentally retarded premise of understanding human nature. It doesn't. Like, you have to remember that anything's like in Marxism, communism, socialism.
They forgot about greed.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is that was the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx, Marxism. When was that? 1848 is when that came out, right? Yeah, something around there. What did we understand about human? Did we have fMRI studies? Did we have anthropology? Did we plot the human genome back? No, fuck no, we didn't. We were going with Karl Marx was basing his political ideology on what he thought was accurate information about human nature in 1848. Have we advanced in the understanding of human nature since 1848? Fuck yes, we have. That's why you will always see Marxism, socialism, communism, communitarianism, egalitarianism fail miserably, and to the point where it becomes the most damaging, most atrocity-filled way of ever organizing human beings, organizing society. because it is based on one fundamental flaw. It doesn't take into account the real nature of human nature. It doesn't understand, and does not understand. Do you think they knew what hypergamy was back in 1848? Do you think that they knew what female nature was in 1848? I'm not saying that like the ancients of old, like Thomas Aquinas or whoever, didn't know a thing or two about male and female nature. They did, but they lacked the technology that we have in the 25 years into the 21st century. Move forward, not backward. Hey, I got an idea. We should all be like the bonobos and have this nice egalitarian society. Well, that sounds like a fucking great utopia. You know what? People die in masses when we base society on shit like that. Guess what? Maybe instead of wishing the pendulum would swing backwards to patriarchy or whatever, maybe we move forward knowing what we have. Maybe we don't try to back ourselves into the future. It doesn't work that way, for fuck's sake. That's why, like, I'm going to ruffle some feathers here. I hate this fucking idiom, which is like, was it strong men create good times create weak men create degeneracy, create tough times or hard times, and then hard times create, so it's this cycle. No, it fucking doesn't. We go forward. You know what could happen tomorrow? The meteor happens and all your times ends. Extinction level event. It happened to the fucking dinosaurs. They were thinking, oh, we're going to keep going in this circle. We're going to go everything repeats. God, I wish it repeated. Because then I could make prognostications and make a shit ton of money. Hey, we're entering into the good times now. Okay, put my money in Bitcoin and Solana. And if I knew for a fact that that's the way things were going to happen, but that's not the way things happen. We move forward. You know who thought things wouldn't change? Was the guys who were the kids, the children, the 18-year-old, sometimes 16-year-old, 17, 18-year-old kids in World War I. Have you ever seen and they shall not grow old? I think they shall not grow old. These kids thought, oh, it'll be over in a few weeks, right? It's World War I. We're going to be just like our grandfathers. This is so bad. They thought they were going to ride into battle on horses with like a breastplate and a saber and shit like that. And then there was the Battle of the Sign. Yep. And they met the first 50 caliber machine gun, and they saw death on an industrial scale that had never happened in the history of humanity. Just like scything wheat. Yeah, yep. Just because they didn't know any better. They didn't know what was going to happen when that 50 caliber machine gun opened fire. That's why it was all trench warfare after that, right? Because they wanted to face that shit. Right? And it was a technology that changed everything, changed the nature of warfare. That's for damn sure. But we're not going back. Hey, wouldn't it be great if we didn't have these 50 caliber machine guns and we could just go back to like they fought the Franco-Prussian War? That'd be awesome. And you know what's going to happen in the next war? It's going to be fought with drones, and people are going to go, what are these drone things? Mm-hmm. Be blown up.
Look at the Ukraine footage. It's
terrifying. Like this little DJI mini flying around with like, all it is one single bullet. Boom, God, you're dead. And or it explodes, right? Yeah.
See like the spider webs that leaves by, right? All the
Did you ever see Black Mirror? It's called Metalhead.
Yes.
That one with it's like the dog robot that comes around. It's like this hunter killer thing. I watched that with my wife. My wife has never been more terrified of those things.
Doesn't want a Roomba anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's real. It could happen, and clearly the military has weaponized these things already, and probably worse than you are even aware of right now. So are we going to come full circle and back to, hey, wouldn't it be great when we go back to putting on uniforms and shooting people, and we're going to know who the enemy is, and we'll drive tanks and stuff? No, there's going to be self-driving AI tanks. There's going to be ogres that are going to come out and just like blow your ass away, right? They're going to be crewless tanks and crewless.
China has dog drones. Yep.
Yeah, dog drone. Yeah, it's not even going to be a human being that looks you in the eye when it shoots you. It's going to be a drone. It's going to be a tank, a cybernetic tank. It's going to be what is it? They have crewless ships now too, I believe. Right, hypersonic weapons on crewless ships. You know who's going to kill you? Some kid sitting on a computer in Arizona is going to be the one that kills you. And it's going to be a video game to that guy. You're going to be for real dead. But should we go? Wouldn't it be great when we go back to, doing it the old way? No, because it's not going to happen. The old times don't happen. The pendulum doesn't swing backwards. It only goes forwards. And you do yourself no favors by not taking into account that that's what's going to fucking, I'm using warfare as one illustration. There's many other ways that you can, sort of look at that.
That's an interesting point. So when did gynocentrism take off? Because we haven't always been that way in America, right?
I don't believe so. I mean, some people might say that gynocentrism is natural, like men just have this, biological wiring to, want to protect women and children. I do think that
they do, and it's empirically provable. It's the big head babies theory, right? The big head babies essay, right? You don't get smart human beings unless you have men who are willing to protect fragile infants that you have to put a lot of time and energy and effort and investment into. And by default, you also have vulnerable women who need protection because in our evolutionary past, women were in various states of being pregnant, nurturing or nursing for most of their reproductive lives. So you'd have a woman who is pregnant and she had another kid here and then this other kid that's over here, right? And that's why I say women are the vulnerable sex. You don't even need Evo Psych or Evo Bio to prove this. You could just simply look at the facts, right? You just look at men and women. But the thing is the reason why women select strong, physical prowess, they select men on the basis of that they do, is because in our ancestral past, women needed that protection. Well, wouldn't it be great if we just sort of hard-coded that into men? That's why men jump in front of live ammunition when there's a live shooting event. When you have, remember 2017, the MGM shooter? This is 77 people died in Vegas. It was the whatever happened to that? Nobody has ever followed up on that shit, right?
Cover up.
And what happened is you have all these instances where men were putting themselves physically in front of women. They couldn't tell you why. They put themselves in front of live ammunition, took a bullet for women they didn't even know. Why? Because it's an instinct. It's an instinctual thing for men to do that. I'm not saying it's right or, well, men shouldn't do that. They should let these, equal rights and equal left. They should let these bitches fend for themselves. I'm not going to submit myself to a gynocentric social order. Yeah, you are, because it's already hard-coded into your brain in some way, shape, or form. Now, if you have time to think about it, you might not do it, right? Remember that? I don't know if people remember the Costa Concordia sinking of that. It was a cruise ship. And the people, I remember it because I wrote an essay about it at the time, because men on the ship were like, fuck this women and children first shit. I'm getting on that fucking lifeboat, right? It wasn't the Titanic. And you know why? Because it was sinking slowly. And guys were like, fuck this, I'm out. Get these kids out of here. Get these women out of here. I'm fucking getting on the next one, right? I'm not dying. This is equal rights, right? But if you are in if you are in a theater in Aspen, Colorado, and James Holmes opens fire during the premiere of Batman, you'll put yourself in front of you won't even know why you'll be in the third person. You won't even know why you're doing it, because there's an innate protector dynamic that is baked in, it's hard coded into us, evolutionarily speaking. Because why? Because sperm is cheap and eggs are expensive. Women are the incubators of the next generation. Even women you don't know it's kin altruism. It's human altruism at that point, right? These guys aren't trying to get laid. They're just putting themselves in front of a woman because that's what they're supposed to do. That's what biology and evolution has prepared them to do.
There is this concept of chivalry. Chivalry and gynocentrism, I think, kind of go hand in hand. Basically, I'm a big follower of Paul Elam, and Paul Elam was in the original Red Pill documentary, and that kind of is what inspired me to, get active in this space. But Paul Elam's version of Red Pill is very different than Rollo's version of Red Pill. Paul Elam's version of Red Pill is very much civil rights based, whereas Rollo's is more like a dating manual and how to build attraction, things like that.
No, my basis for the red pill is empirical data and praxeology. My approach is bottom up because it seems the most practical. You want to you say, hey, we want to initiate change in society. We want to find some way to push back against the gynocentric social order. You're probably going to be able to do that in a generational perspective if each one tells one. If you start from people, from man to man, from you exchanging information with that guy, from you having that personal connection and educating and equipping that guy. And guess what that guy does? He embodies that. He becomes a better person as a result of that. And guess what? His kids see that. Or some other guy who's really painfully blue pill and is hurting because he just doesn't understand what he's going through. He's going through a horrible divorce, or he's, suicidal, whatever. That's the guy. And I'm going to back this up with a recent story of mine real quick here. This is my version of the red pill. Okay. There's this guy, his name is Steve. I won't give his last name out because it sounds a little bit, I don't want to know if he wants me to talk about it, but I had this guy hit me up in my Substack just like a few days ago, but last week, right? And the guy hits me up out of the blue, and it's weird to me because I don't have people hit me up on Substack. It's usually they DM me on Twitter or my Instagram or something like that. And the guy goes, "Dude, I'm really hurting right now. I'm going through a bad breakup. I'm 60 years old, and he's got self-deletion ideation. How's that? Is that better? And he's like my prime demographic for my Reignite program, right? The guys that I'm in my book and everything else, like helping guys who are being zeroed out. He was getting kicked out of his living space. He had a girlfriend or fiance that he was going to marry. He's, like I said, he's 60 years old, so he's already doing pretty well for himself in that respect. He does have a job. He's gainfully employed, but the dude was just very despondent as a result of this because he's still on the blue pill side of things. But he was really hurting and enough to reach out to me personally. Now, the first thing I said is, look, I said, Steve, I got you. Come to my Zoom call on Thursday because I have in Reignite, if you're a member of Reignite, or if you're on my Patreon, by the way, if you're at the $200 level for Patreon, you can be on my Zoom calls as well. But I have a Zoom call every Thursday. It's 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern time. And the first best thing I could do for this guy is say, come to the Zoom call, talk about this with the other guys, and we'll help you work it out. So one guy, and then we have the tribe. I bring the dude in. I pull him out of the fucking water from drowning and bring him to the Zoom call. And we are talking to the dude for probably half an hour, 45 minutes, right? He's not a member of Reignite. He's not paying one dime. I didn't charge him anything, right? I didn't know if he could pay or anything anyways. But that situation that this guy is in is exactly the situation or exactly the reason why I started Reignite in the first place. I'm not taking dime one from this guy. I'm reaching out to him just because I have seen this happen before. My brother-in-law, for example, another good friend of mine, his name was Chris Payne. He was a guy that I knew in Reno, put a gun in his mouth because he didn't know what to, she was the one. He can't go on anymore. I've seen it happen. So I reach out to the guy. We talk to the dude. He's in a better place right now. I put him in touch with Joe Marone, and I'm talking to Joe. And I know, because I'm not the emotional guy. You don't want me to help you out with emotions, because I'm going to tell you to go take a fucking lap and rub some dirt in it, kind of thing. Joe's a little more nuanced when it comes to the emotional side, which I don't deny is important. But Joe's the guy that I defer to when it comes to sort of the emotional state of these guys. So I said, look, I said, Joe, I'm going to put you in touch with this guy, Steve, blah, blah, blah. He said, and Joe's like, is he a member? I go, no, he's not a member. But we need to do this. This is the guy that we need to do it. Completely free, whatever. Maybe he becomes a member later on. I don't care. But if I'm not doing that, then what am I doing this for? If I don't have that as the basis of the membership, that's not the mission statement of what I do, then what am I fucking doing it for? So, but again, I got to be diplomatic. I got to be cool about this. I'm not going to fucking fly off the handle here, but that's what my approach to the red pill is. It's not about dating. It's not, I mean, there's certainly, definitely an aspect about it, but it's personal growth. It's outreach. It's helping guys. It's each one tell one. And if I have to pull that guy out of the water to keep the dude from drowning and bring him back to the tribe to help him out, I'm going to do it. I've had guys I've had young men as young as 15, 16 years old say, Rolo, I can't afford to do a one-on-one with you, but like, I'm really in a bad place. I got 30 minutes. I got 45 minutes. I'll talk to you. Right. I'll do what I can. You know why? Because the guys that are in my group, they're paying it forward. They're paying their memberships and everything else. But you know what? They're also paying for me to be able to go and talk to that 17, 16-year-old kid who's having a tough time because he broke up with his girlfriend who he thinks is the only girl that's ever going to want to fuck him, and that kind of stuff. That's what my basis of a fucking red pill is and has been forever. If you read any of my work, any introduction, you don't even need to read the whole book. Read the introduction of any of my books. The first thing I'm going to tell you is I am not in the business of making men better men. I am in the business of educating, equipping, and informing men so that they can become better men on their own, so they can build themselves up. I don't have a plan. I'm not selling a product. I'm not selling a DVD. I have books, yes, but my books have one purpose in mind, which is to educate, equip, praxeology, right? That's what it's about. Each one tell one. Because if that one guy who I helped for free goes on and says, man, this is a great group, these guys, that is worth more than any AdSense, like ad I can put out on Google AdSense or whatever. It's better than anything, because that's really what it's about. That's really the strength of the rational male. The book of the rational male. I don't like, especially in the early days, like back in 2013, 2014, 2015, I didn't advertise. People just picked up on it. They go, oh my God, this is like life-changing, right? Go and look at any of the, well, I think we're closing in on like 10,000 like written reviews on the rational male. Clearly, my mission statement is not, hey, let's all get our dicks wet. Paul Elam. And I like John, so I'm not gonna criticize John. I just think he's just a little bit misinformed in this particular instance.
But Paul Elam wrote a book with another guy named Peter Wright, and Peter Wright runs a website called gynocentrism.com, which kind of talks about all this stuff. But they wrote a book called Chivalry, a Gynocentric Tradition. Chivalry is basically the idea of women and children first, men get down on one knee, women on a pedestal, you give up your seat for a woman, things like that. So it's this bias. And
that is historically incorrect. The chivalric code had nothing to do. If you've read, again, all you gotta do is read one of my books. Read even just the section. There's a whole dedicated section. It's called Chivalry as a chapter in my fourth book, Religion, where I talk about the history of chivalry. The chivalric code had nothing to do with anything he just mentioned. It was a code of ethics between Eastern Europe. Well, you could make a case for like the Bushido code in Japan, right, for the samurais and stuff. But it was a code of ethics when it came to combat. It was never hit a man when he's down. And they needed a code because you had all these warring factions going through Europe fighting for moneyed landowners. And really the chivalric code came out of the Holy Roman Church, really it was endorsing by the Roman Church. So because too many people were killing each other, like good guys were just like would take offense to something and they would kill each other. So they needed a rule book. They needed a code of chivalry for really the knightly orders, but for basically it was extrapolated to men in general. But the chivalric code had nothing to do with women whatsoever. It was just between guys. It was just between guys who are, here's how we fight. Here's how we treat each other. Moral code, right? So what happened is later on, towards the 12th, 13th century, that's when the aristocracy came into play, and in particular, the wives of noble, landowners, whatever, who were off on crusades, who were entertaining, these troops of traveling troubadours who would come in and would talk about love and romance, and this was called what I refer to as the romantic ideal in my book. And this was me and Dalrock actually talked about this for a long time, and this was the sort of the product of our conversations. But the chivalric code was never anything, had nothing to do with women. But later on, the aristocratic women who were the wives and mistresses of these nobles who were off on campaign usually were entertaining troubadours and actors and in some cases very much homosexuals to talk about love and how important it was and how you should treat a woman, and they had games as to like what acts of devotion, to the point where they were like actually bleeding themselves out to show their devotion for the women. So what happened is the gentry, right, the women aristocracy of that era added to the chivalric code: get on one knee and walk on this side of the street is the proper way to treat a lady, and you're doing everything for the woman's favor. So in a sense, when it was the romantic ideal in sort of invaded the chivalric code, when that happened, that's what you get, what we think of as sort of chivalry today, right? Which was at the time feminism 1.0. Meaning that you were still doing all the chivalric code was great. We don't want you guys to kill each other. We want you to have rules and everything. But guess what? You should also do it for us, do it for the women. Everything you do should be for us and to earn our favor, because you need to show acts of devotion and you need to, worship the holy divine feminine, right? And if you ever wonder why it's proper for a man to be on the outside of the street and the woman to be on the inside of the street, like when we're on a sidewalk or something, okay. That's actually because of slops. And what happened during the Renaissance period, higher Middle Ages too, but like the Renaissance period, they didn't have really good plumbing and they didn't have like sewage systems. So what they would do is they would take chamber pots and they were called slops. They would throw them out the window, right? And so you couldn't have the woman on the outside of the the sidewalk or the walkway there, because if the slops were coming out, all the shit and piss would like splash up and get onto the woman, right? So basically what they're saying is it's proper for the man to get shit and piss on him. And that's essentially where that came out of, right? So that's why I say, well, we don't want the cars to go careening into the man. Like if the car's coming, it's going to kill both of you. It has nothing to do with the cars or, road noise or, getting ripped off by random thieves on mopeds. That's where it came from, is from European culture at that time. But the fact of the matter is that chivalry in its purest form had nothing to do with women at all. It was that women put that into the chivalric code, and that's why we say, oh well, men should open doors for women and pay for a date and everything else. And we kept adding more and more on there, and so it's not about. It was never about chivalry per se. It was about prioritizing the feminine above the masculine, which, by the way, is what feminism and the suffragette movement was always really about. So anyway, I'll let him go here. We're almost
chivalry. I mean, a lot of the manosphere creators will say things like chivalry is dead and feminism killed it.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that's true at all, because men are still expected typically to approach women, ask them out, pick them up, pay for dates, make the first move. What part of all of that isn't chivalry?
Okay. It's not chivalry because it's not, in its purest form, it's not chivalry. But you got to remember, okay, so what is the latent purpose of those behaviors? That's the next thing. I've always told guys pay for dates, because what it is it's you establishing frame. I'm not going to say do it because it's the right chivalric thing to do, or like Justin Waller be like, I always open doors for women because I'm a fine Southern gentleman, right? Mm-hmm. No, you're establishing dominance. That's what you're really doing. I mean, there's a latent purpose to it that actually is functional. And what it does is it puts a woman into your frame. You're the guy that can pay for a date. You're the guy that can take her to a show. You're the guy that can show her a good time. You're the guy that opens doors for her because it's nice. It's like right now it's just a pleasantry, right? But by the same sense, I don't believe that chivalry is dead whatsoever, because women still expect it. Even the feminists expect chivalry. They just expect the chivalry and the privileges that, what we think of as chivalry. They expect that as their due, but they don't have any accountability or any way of meriting that. And again, that comes back to me talking once again about how there is never going to be an equal exchange of value between men and women. I've gone on record, and I'll just leave this alone here for a second. I should have probably got to this earlier. I'm sorry. This is really good. But I'll also, before I go, I'm going to also present something to you here when it comes to the Cassie J Red Pill documentary. It was titled Red Pill. Now, I took issue with that back in the day when it was first coming out, because the MRAs were touting it as the red pill. And I'm like, wait a minute. Because right up until Cassie J came along, and they had, and by the way, she was one of a long string of women who were MRAs, and the ones you remember the names of. I mean, I can only name 2 men in the MRA, that Paul Elam and Dean Esme. And that's only because Dean Esme was in the movie. Karen Strawn, Bettina Ardent, I'm trying to think who else. Janice Fiamengo, Christina Hoff Sommers. They want to completely disown Christina Hoff Sommers, but she did use A Voice for Men as a springboard to become Christina Hoff Sommers, thanks to you, right? Again, the most notorious, the most memorable names in the MRAs are women. So again, if you need women to go and fight your battles and everything, how effective does that really make your movement? It's very important. We all need to gather together, guys, and we all need to create social change. But we're going to do this documentary with Cassie J so we can get our word out. Now, the thing about Cassie J is this: I didn't even know who she was, and nobody did until she started petitioning people like Mike Cernovich and Milo Yiannopoulos, because she had done this whole documentary. It was all ready to go. It was produced, and at least in part, I think, by Paul Elam and A Voice for Men, because they featured heavily in it. But I, sight unseen, I'd seen it later, but like before it even came out, I go, this is not going to be about the manosphere. This is not going to have anything to do with the red pill. It's really barely even about the MRAs. You know what it's about? It's about Cassie J's personal story of going from being a feminist to not being a feminist. It's all about her, and mostly about her and less about what the actual movement was about, right? You've got Dean Esme, and you've got and Paul Elam are crying, blubbering their eyes out and crying in this thing, and she's feeling compassionate to them. But the movie's not about them and the movement so much as it's about her journey of transformation from being a feminist into being a non-feminist, something else. And why haven't we heard anything or seen anything from Cassie J since then? I'm going to tell you why. Because when that movie was produced, it was never going to see the light of day. The only reason you even know what that movie was about is because of Mike Cernovich putting $10,000 down on it to help it get distribution. Because Cassie J made an appeal to the manosphere in general, to us red pill fuckwits, us red pill guys, us manosphere guys, the guys that all these motherfuckers hate. They came to us. They went and made an appeal on Twitter and Kickstarter in the form of a Kickstarter program, campaign, to get funding so that the movie could get distributed. And it worked better than she had ever hoped, because Mike Cernovich put in 10 grand, but they only get it if it could be matched by other people's contributions, which it made next to overnight. And nobody even would have known about that had not Milo Yiannopoulos made that a big deal. He broadcasted it, and I wouldn't even known about it, because Milo and I are friends, right? So I wouldn't even known about the whole thing until Milo had said something about it and made it a little bit more popular. And so she only needed, I forget what the numbers were. She needed something like $85,000 to get like distribution. She ended up getting like close to $300,000, I think, if memory serves. Made way over whatever the Kickstarter campaign was. So she had money in spades to get this thing distributed, and you still don't see it on Netflix. You still don't see it. It did get distributed, and it was released. I don't know exactly how it was released at that time. Maybe I don't know, maybe you see it on Hulu. I don't know, I'm not really sure. But again, and then you have to understand the only reason Mike Cernovich put $10,000 in there was so he could get a named credit as a producer in the credits on the movie itself. So he could call himself a filmmaker. No, he didn't make a film. He just put $10,000 into a pre-existing film so that it could get mainline distribution. Now, why was this such a thorn in my ass back then? Is because it was titled The Red Pill, and it really didn't have much to do with the actual fucking red pill. It had everything to do about the MRAs. It had everything to do about Cassie J, going through her journey of personal transformation from being feminine, having these feminist views, to sort of understanding where these MRAs were coming from. Great, awesome. But the thing is that MRAs, up until that point, and up until Cassie J decided that she wanted to title the name of the document, she wanted to title it The Red Pill. Before that, the MRAs didn't want to have anything to do with the red pill. They hated that because that was what was associated with Roosh V. And that was like, Roosh V was fucking Paul Elam's nemesis for the longest time. He hated everything that Roosh had represented. Now, Roosh is gone. Royce is gone. So who's left of the 3 R's? Rolo. So that's why he's talking shit about me and telling, well, this is Rolo's about, getting your dick wet. No, I'm about each one tell one. I'm about helping guys, pulling guys out of the fucking fire. That's what I'm doing on a by person basis. And if you don't believe me, I can show you another 1,100 testimonials on various I'm thinking of one essay right now that I wrote where people were saying, this is what the red pill has done for me. I should do that show again, Kyle. Yeah, we need to do just put out a public link. You have to do some extra work because I need you to, do call screening. Mm-hmm. But I would love to make an open show and get people to sort of come in and give their testimonials about like what my work or what the red pill in general or whatever, how that's changed their lives for the better. Because I will bet you that the red pill proper, not the bullshit Andrew Tate shit, not the overhyped, not the Louis Theroux manosphere shit. The real red pill, I will guarantee you, it has made more difference in more men's lives than anything fucking the MRAs have done, anything that Tate has done, anything that these overhyped fuckwits have done. And I will guarantee you, more men have benefited from the red pill, the red pill proper, than anything the rest of these guys have been trying to front for a very long time. Guarantee you that. I can just go to the guys in MOA and give you that. They'll get their testimonies for you. So it's like, again, I'm not trying to hold anybody's feet to the fire. I'm not like trying to fuck with John, because I think John's I think his heart's in the right place. I get it, right? But I think he fundamentally misunderstands what the red pill really is, because he doesn't have the background, he doesn't have the knowledge of it, right? And again, I know Paul Elam is trying to ride the coattails of the popularity of the hashtag manosphere right now, and doing his thing. And again, more power to him. If it gets the message out there, I'm not even gonna shit on Paul Elam right now, because it's like, if it gets the word out, fine, but do it with a sense of accuracy. Be dedicated to an accurate message. So, like, again, I'm not going to call it. I always say it's confident ignorance, and I think this is another example of that. I might come back to this video again later on when I have more time to do it, but I just want to throw that out there because I really like John, and I would like to do a show with John. I think he asks really great questions, but I just think he's just a little bit misled or mistaken in some of his sort of understanding of what the red pill is really about. Let's see here. In addition to beliefs, is getting stuck in the anger phase our brain resisting the formation of new neural pathways? That's a question for Andrew Huberman. Yeah, you can I'm sure you can make a case for that. Adding new beliefs stuck in the anger phase. Well, the thing about being stuck in the anger phase is not having the understanding that you're better off now than you really are. Like, I think guys get stuck in the anger phase because not because they're angry at women, because they're angry at themselves. Because I should have seen this sooner. How could I have been so stupid? Right? That's where the anger comes from, because it's wasted effort. It's lost time, lost energy, lost effort. That's what it comes down to. Now, sometimes that translates into real misogyny, yes. But I can tell you from doing what I've been doing for the past 24 years, I have seen very few men that I would call true misogynists. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but there's very few of them. Like, people want to say I'm a misogynist. People want to say Mike is a misogynist. Like, let me take you out to Zook with Mike on a Friday evening, and you will know for 100% sure he is not a misogynist. But like, the thing is it's like, it's better living, right? It's having a better outlook. It's changing your mind about things. You'll get stuck in the anger phase if you think it's hopeless, but it's not hopeless, because what happens is, the reason why people get stuck in the anger phase is because they can't see the potential and the better paradigm, a more positive paradigm from what they were in before. So they get angry at that. So as I said before, the red pill's not so you will hate women. It's so you won't hate them for what they can never be for you. The anger comes from not grasping, or from still wanting women to be a certain way, but the red pill says no. What? I can't have her cry. Well, I want her to love me as much as I love her. That's kind of a blue pill belief. Sorry, I know it sucks, but guess what? There's a better life waiting for you on the other side. There's a better paradigm that you can move into. I would suggest, I have it's in my first book, but you can also read it for free on my blog, The Rational Male. It's called The Bitter Taste of the Red Pill. That essay right there will explain exactly what I've just said when it comes to seeing things in a better light. Hey, Rollo, what percentage of guys do you believe are still blue pill? Well, at least 80. Although I can't say that for sure, because you can have guys who are red pill aware, or you can have guys who are they understand the red pill, but they can still cling to the blue pill, right? They still want things to be better for them. I think people think of a red pill alpha and a blue pill beta, but you can still be a blue pill alpha. And you could be there's many red pill betas. So what do I think? What percentage of guys? You mean worldwide or just in Western countries? I think a majority are still very blue pilled, because do you ever see that shot? Do you see that scene with the red dress in The Matrix where he's the Morpheus is talking to Neo, and he says, these people are the minds that we're trying to save are so hopelessly inured by the system that they will fight to protect it, because they need it. They need the system. That's exactly what you're dealing with when you come to the quote unquote blue pill. That is a metaphor, an allegory for people who will still cling to like a system that they're dependent on. It even says that they're hopelessly dependent on it, right? So they will fight you in that respect. So now, do they actually physically do that? It's not as extreme as that. That's a very over the top illustration, but by order of degree, people will resist you. People will call you a misogynist. People will say people will want you to join them and come back to the fold, come back to the plantation. It's called a vasectomy, Rollo. A vasectomy? Okay. Is the Reignite program solely for divorced men only? No, it's not. Actually, we have 2 married guys in too. You can be single, you can be divorced, you can be married. It's open to everybody. We don't exclude any guy because of their marital status or their single or not status, because every guy benefits from it in some way. I have guys, and again, I think the next question people are going to ask, is it only for 45-year-olds to 65-year-olds? No, it's not. We have Ramsey. Ramsey's 32, 34. So we have guys that are, we don't have any guys in their 20s, but we have guys that are in their 30s, their 40s, 50s, and 60s right now. So it's like I said, we're a different kind of program. Again, I don't want, my goal is not churn marketing. It's not to keep you in the group. I want people to get what they need for as long as they want it. You know, if you want to still, if you solve your problems, you still want to be part of the tribe, please stay. But I want people to be able to sort of to resolve the problems that they have, become better. And if they get what they need and they move on, then that's a success story to me. Please tell your friends, but that's what it's really for. But it's not just for divorce guys. It's for, I use the term divorce because that's a lot of the demographic that we see. So the red pill has changed my life, and I'm a resident in psychiatry. Nice. I'm at a crossroads in my career. Is there a space for a red pill shrink? I don't think there isn't. I've had guys at certain conventions come up to me and say that they were clinical psychologists and they use the rational male in their practice when it comes to guys, which is the highest compliment I think I could get. That, and my book is in the prison systems too.
Oh, hell
so
yeah.
So that's good. I'm glad to know that the rational male is in the prisons right now. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, of course there is. And when you come into Miami, good. Now it's time for announcements. Hey, are you linking with Myron and Fresh when you come? Yes, I am. Thank you for bringing me to full circle here, my friends. So here's the deal. Here's your announcements that I didn't make at the beginning. This Wednesday, we will be we'll be doing Access Vegas, as we always do. So we'll be at Origin Studios. And so that's coming up on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So that's coming up. And again, if you want to join Reignite, I do my calls. My Zoom calls are always on a Thursday. That's part of the deal, no matter what level or what tier you're at. Again, if you want to be on those calls, you can always subscribe to my Patreon. If you want to do it the easy way, you can subscribe to my Patreon. That's $200 a month, and then you get those calls as well. You can participate in the calls as well. But Reignite has a lot of other benefits, I should say. So we have a school group. We have you guys have direct access to me. I can do one-on-one calls with you if you're a member of Reignite. And you can do fun shit like Miami, which is coming up in Miami is this month. We're in May already. And Miami, I will be in Miami on May 12th through the 18th. And I plan on doing Fresh and Fit at least twice. I've already talked to Myron and Fresh. I don't know what our itinerary is just yet. Mike will be there. God, Mike's getting there earlier than I am. And we're going to do the Danza Project. I'm already talking to Miguel Danza from the Danza Project. We'll be doing that once again because we weren't able to schedule one the last time we were there, and I felt really bad about it because I really love the Danza Project podcast. So we always do a really good show there, and it's so easy because we're just kicking back, and I don't even 3 hours just flies by. We don't even know it. But Danza Project is always good. I always look forward to that show. So we'll be doing it's our annual appearance. And so me and Mike will be doing that. Again, I will also be doing the fishing trip, which is already full. I couldn't believe how quickly it filled up. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised, but I charter a boat. So for my Reignite guys, we go out for a full day out in Biscayne Bay and beyond, and we go fishing. Last year, I caught my first sailfish. We got into a lot of mahi-mahi. And I got one tuna out of one tuna fish. And it was fun. It's so fun. It's just such a good time. It's a hangout, and most of the guys I already know. The beauty of it is if you want to come and come out for the event, you can always just pay for the event. If you are wondering, well, how do I go? Well, it's the first link in the description below. If you want to participate and you happen to be in Miami, or you want to come out to the Miami gig. That's, like I said, going to be the 15th through the 17th. On the 17th, we do the 16th. 16th is the Saturday. So Saturday is Babes in Toyland, the Miami White Party. You have to actually wear white. And that's the premier event, I think, for Babes in Toyland. It is nothing. It's like last year, we just had 300 girls, literally had 300 of the hottest chicks you've ever seen. Were hosts of the show. I don't know why they call it like Steve Fowler. Why do you still call them hosts? But they were there, and it was awesome. It was always a good time. And then after, I didn't go. Maybe I did. Afterwards, they always go to a strip club for the after party, and everybody went to 11 after that. And 11 is not, it's a club that happens to have strippers. Okay. So it's not technically a strip club, but it is a strip club. And it's the reason why they say this because they want girls to go there too. So like women are welcome there as well. And so they do that. It's basically the whole event that we work is you're working with me. We have conversation, we have mock conversations with girls so you guys can practice your social skills. You get to talk to me. I do a little bit of a dissertation. I talk about whatever you want to talk about, basically. Like, what are your problems? What are your questions? I do a Q&A all the time. And we're not doing it in a classroom setting. We're doing it at a table in a very nice Airbnb or like wherever Joe is renting. I will be at the Hyatt Centric, and I am not afraid of telling you that because I love the Hyatt Centric. I'll be there. That's where I'm staying for the full time. And the fishing trip will be on the 14th, but it's already full, so who cares? But we'll be doing that, and then we'll be doing some podcasts while we're out there. Usually me and Mike do a walk around kind of thing. We'll probably be doing some shows with Justin Waller. And God, should I say this? There's a possibility we might have clavicular at the white party too. So we're still working that out with Steve Fowler. He's the event guy. He's the guy who runs the whole thing. If he's cool with it, we'll have Clav there. We will most likely be hanging out with Clav at Fresh and Fit, doing a show with those guys. I have talked to Myron, and I really want to do a one-on-one show with me and Myron at his show, because I think we really need to sort of have a real, nuts and bolts red pill discussion again, like getting back to the basics again. So I'm hoping that's going to work out where it's just going to be me and Myron doing a show together. So hopefully that happens. That will be again in May. I'll be there May 12th through the 18th, May 19th and May 20th. Something special is going to happen in Las Vegas. We are going to be hosting, I guess we would call it that, the film crew from ABC Australia. Yes, it's official. What is the guy's name? The guy's name who is the host of it is Mark Fennell. Mark Fennell. Does anybody know who Mark Fennell is? I follow him on Instagram now. He doesn't seem like a bad dude. I realize the potential exists that they're going to try to run us up the flagpole, similar to the Louis Theroux thing. But we are going to meet up with this guy at Roll and Smoke Barbecue. So he'll be on we have home field advantage. and it's good food. So we're going to be there hanging out. And then we will be, he wants to be able to talk to us, talk to me and Mike, talk to some of the girls. And then they're going to film our live stream of Access Vegas on May 20th. So we will have them live in studio. And if they want to come on the show, I'd be happy to have Mark Fennell as a personal guest on the show if he wants to come on. Because I'm of the opinion that if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, then I got no business doing this. So I would much rather have the live stream going and everybody gets to see it live 100% right then and there than, and be be at our best. So we're going to have Mark Fennell on. I don't know if he'll come on the show. If he does, great. If not, then we'll be doing something with him as well. But they're going to come in and they're going to film an episode of Access Vegas with me and Mike. And hopefully we make we're better representatives than what happened with the Manosphere documentary bullshit. So anyways, that's the announcements. Thanks for watching, guys. I might do another pickup on this again with John from It's Complicated. And John, if you're watching this, I would love to do a show like come in here and we'll do I'll get Kyle in here and we'll just do a one-on-one. If you want to do that, that'd be awesome. So anyways, I guess I will see you guys next week. Thanks for watching for the last 4 hours and 31 minutes. Woohoo! There, we're back, baby. Yeah. So I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Would you do it
want to cast magic missile.
It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first.
What are you gonna do about it? I'll suck it too.
What you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a match.
Would you like to know more?
Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night.
Tell us to be cool.
But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again.
Gotcha, bitch.
Then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. You make it the best in my life.
Hey y'all.
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and sleeping with her hair like she's Claudia Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
Want me? Ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Want me? Ride me up and down like a pony.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Mail. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2026. Don't steal my stuff.
She's not a Christian.
If maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different.
Oh, those guys are bad.
Best in my life.
There's the Mountain Dew.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let